A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Let's talk Kenneka Jenkins. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here. I am back live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, let's talk Kenneka Jenkins. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, we are here and I am back, and we are back to talk about Kenneka Jenkins. Peoples, there has literally been a update. There's literally been an update to the Kenneka Jenkins case. As we have learned, people, well, at least some of us, is that TM is having she's having a event at the gravesite for Kenneka Jenkins, and I think it's going to be an installation for Kenneka Jenkins' tombstone. And so I wasn't going to say anything, peoples, but I think that I am going to say something, and I'm just going to let it be known. Edward Joseph is coming to that event, and I'm going to be incognito, peoples. Yes, I plan on being at that event. I plan on being there, and I plan on seeing this firsthand for myself. Now, I know that many people had said that, you shouldn't publicly make that known, but I'm publicly making it known. And I don't plan on being there by myself. And I plan on, making sure that my safety is intact and whatnot. Now, I don't know so much about Chicago and things. I really don't know how the people get down there and whatnot, but I just plan on coming to partaking to the event to see all of the characters: Monifa, Shamaya, Bravery, Irene, and TM, and Lenora, and whoever else may come out there. And so I'm sure that this is going to be a very fantastic event, people. Everybody's going to come out and everybody's going to partake in the event and, pay their wishes and whatnot. And so, people, what I say is, I am so happy, and it brings joy to my heart to see and know and understand that TM finally is acknowledging the death of Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, and that she is going to put a tombstone on the grave. Now, from what I have been told, that she already had a tombstone, but it wasn't like the one that she has now. that she's going to be installing on Kenneka's grave. And so whether you feel peoples that TM had anything to do with Kenneka coming unalived or whatever, well, everybody has their own opinions. Everybody has their own views as how they look at this particular case. And a lot of people look at the kids and say that the kids were involved in the Kenneka Jenkins case. And then a lot of people don't believe that the kids were involved. A lot of people believe that it was just only the beverage manager and the maintenance guy and the security and things. And a lot of people don't believe that that ever happened. A lot of people believe that Kenneka had walked the halls of that establishment. And then there is a lot of people that don't believe that Kenneka was ever at the establishment. And so people, the thing is, whatever you believe, well, that's what you believe. You know, that's what you believe. And I want you to stand 10 toes down upon that of what you believe. And never allow anybody to change that of what you believe. You understand what I'm saying, peoples? You know, never allow nobody to change what you believe. And so I wanted to come on today, peoples, because I wanted to speak to the people directly. And I want to get a sense as to what you are saying and what you are believing for all of this time. And so now, peoples, I wanted to say crystal clear and wholeheartedly, so there won't be no confusion to that of what Edward Joseph is saying. I've never, ever stated, peoples, that the kids had killed Kenneka. I never stated that. I never said that at all. I said that the kids had some involvement, but never stated that the kids ever killed Kenneka. And so the one thing that we all need to come to a greater understanding is, and I see somebody had chimed out in the chat, but I'm not in the chat room yet. I just seen the indicator come up and things, but I'm downloading something right now. And so if you guys give me a moment, I will check the chat and see who's all in here, but I am downloading something right now. And so let me see here. I'm almost finished. I was just going to share my screen up on this, but I mean, shoot, I'm almost finished. So, but I can share my screen. Let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen so you guys can kind of see what I'm doing in the background and things. So this is what I'm doing. I'm just updating my system right now and things. It's almost finished and it's going to install and then it's going to be finished. And so, peoples, what I wanted to do right now is I literally wanted to come back and I wanted to talk to the people. Because, see, everybody has their own. Okay, let me turn this down. So everybody has their understanding when it comes down to the Kenneka Jenkins case. You guys know that and stuff. And so I just wanted to come back and take a second look at some things. Okay. All right. And so it is finished. All right. It is finished. Beautiful. Okay. So let me go to the chat room. I see. Hello, Little Bo Peep. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Little Bo Peep says, blessings and happy Easter to everyone. And so happy Easter to each and every one of you. If I don't see you tomorrow, if I don't speak to you tomorrow, blessings to each and every one of you. Happy Easter to you. You guys hold on. Let me get some ice real quick. Okay, people, so I'm back. I'm going to toast me up a bagel real quick, but I wanted to come back, peoples, and I wanted to come back and take a second look at some things. See, the only thing I wanted to come back, peoples, is simply because, you know, I don't want it ever to be thought of or ever to be said that I believe that the kids had unalived Kenneka. I don't believe that the kids unalived Kenneka. I do believe that the kids had something to do with Kenneka, but I don't believe that they unalived Kenneka. That's what I believe. Y'all hold on for a minute. Now, let me tell you my beliefs, peoples. I, Edward Joseph, believe that there were several girls who played Kenneka at that establishment. That's what I believe. I don't believe that there was just only one girl that was in the establishment playing Kenneka. I believe that several girls played Kenneka. Now, if you believe that it's only one girl who played Kenneka, well, then you believe that it's only one girl playing Kenneka. That's fine. I mean, you believe that, you believe that. Okay. I don't believe that. And I have proven myself many times over to the degree that I don't believe that it was just only one girl who played Kenneka. Because see, the thing is, peoples, if that was Kenneka that was in the establishment, walking the halls of that establishment, then I need you to help me to make something make sense. Because every person that we have seen, that I have shown you over the years now, you have to help me to make it make sense, peoples, because the people who were in the establishment and in the halls, they had on different tracks in the hair. The hair had different tracks. The body styles were different. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, see, you can not always see the person's face. Okay. But you can understand and see the attire that the people are wearing and the silhouette of the attire that the people are wearing. Now, I've been a videographer, photographer for over 20 years, so I have an eye for things. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when you tell me that it was Kenneka in the hall, and after all of the different pictures and videos that I have shown you and outline, help me to make it make sense. How could it be Kenneka? Help me to make it make sense. How could it be Kenneka? And we're going to take a look at that, peoples, because we're going to walk this thing down again. We're going to walk down this timeline. We're going to walk down the timeline, peoples. And when we walk down the timeline, I want you, each and every one of you, to put on your thinking caps. And I want you to think meticulously and methodically. Not stupid, but think meticulously and methodically. You guys hold on for a moment. Damn, I just burnt my bagel, man. Who turned up the goddamn thing so high? All right, people, it's I'm back. See, I don't like to waste food, but damn, I'm gonna eat this thing even though it's kind of burnt. You know, it's still delicious. It's just a little crunchy. but I'm just scraping off the burnt part of it, but I'm gonna still eat it. Still soft and it's still delicious. It's a blueberry bagel. And I felt like eating a blueberry bagel. I got some cream cheese and I'm gonna spread some of this stuff on here and eat this thing. But I have to turn down the temperature to this thing because it's just way too high for this. All right, you guys give me a moment. Going to spread this on my bagel, and I'm crunching your ear. Forgive me, but hey, Okay, people, so I'm back. Hello, Gina, to you. How are you, Mom? It is a blessing to see you on today. Gina to you says, greetings, Edward and 82. All right, people. So, hello, Randall Robinson. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Randall Robinson says, what's up, everyone? All right, people. So you guys know that TM is planning to have an event at the gravesite of where the supposed Kenneka Jenkins has been laid to rest. You guys already know how I felt about that because in the beginning, and it's always important to listen to what I'm saying, people. It's always important to listen. In the beginning, I was very upset with TM because I said, how could a mother who supposedly had a child do not commemorate the daughter's death? And as Black people who has Black skin, who comes from a Black culture, what we do, we go and we take our loved ones and we bury them, and then we put a tombstone on the grave. And that is to seal the deal, and that is to go ahead and commemorate the person's death and the person's burial. Because unless you know Christ, you won't be there for the resurrection. And only the ones who's dead in Christ shall rise again. But that's for another story, peoples, because, that's the whole purpose of Easter. It ain't all about bunnies and rabbits and eggs and dying eggs and stuff like that. I know that's what many of you do. I got out of that tradition because bunny rabbits has nothing to do with Easter, has nothing to do with the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. But whether you believe in that or not, that's nor here or there. And I'm not here to try to, do a spiritual education or a Bible study or anything. If you believe that Jesus died and rose again, that's fine. If you don't, well, then that's fine too. You take it up with him when you see him. But Teresa Martin is going to have an event come May the 27th. I have been sent a post and I plan on being in attendance. And so I have already reserved a car. I'm trying to get a ticket to come out on that day. And I don't plan on being there to spend a night. I plan on being there for the event for that day and leaving back on the same day later on that night, if I can be able to get that arranged. So I'm contacting several airline carriers to see what it will cost. And it's going to be an expensive venture, to fly out and then to come back the same night. Money is no factor. Okay. I have the money, but I'm trying to see how can I do it. And so I have yet to have a carrier that will let me do a turnaround trip. Because I have to stay overnight, and I don't want to stay overnight. So that is my plan, to be there at that event and to partake in the event and to see there for myself the installation of Kenneka Jenkins' tombstone. Now, I thought long and hard, and I said, well, I wasn't going to publicly acknowledge that and say. But then I thought about it. I said, well, shit, what do I have to fear? The Bible says, yea, though I walk through the shadows of the valley of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. Well, if I'm taking the Lord with me, what do I have to fear? And if anybody planning on taking my life over the Kenneka Jenkins case, well, then let me say my farewell right now. Let me say my goodbyes right now. If this be the last live that I do, peoples, well, then it was a blessing to know you and see you. But I don't plan on dying on that day. I plan on coming up there to see Irene Roberts, Monifa Shelton, Shamaya Winder, Teresa Martin, Lenora Harris, and then whoever other else at that particular celebration or installation of the tombstone. I said, this is a once in a lifetime event, and I plan on being in attendance. And I'm telling you, people, I'm working very hard to try to secure an airline. Even if I have to drive down there, I'll take a couple of days off and I'll drive. But I'm trying to get an airline to get me a flight out to where I can do a turnaround flight and things. Because I don't know how long the event is going to last and stuff. So I want to get an early enough flight. I'm going to get my rental car and come on out there, partake in the festivities. And then later on that evening, take myself back on to California. This is one event I definitely do not want to miss. And I want to see these people with my own eyes for myself. And so don't worry about my safety, peoples, because I'm going to be taken care of, because I said I need to see TM with my own eyes. And if she spot me, she spot me, and if anybody else who's out there spot me from watching my lives, they spot me. That's fine. But I don't think that the spotlight will be up on me more so than what she's trying to do for Kenneka. So I'm just going to be a little something on the wall, to watch and see what's going on. And I'm going to be out there with my video camera. So enough, I am. I'm coming with my video camera, I'm telling you. And I will be live. And I will show the people, Edward Joseph, Let's Talk Live. This is exclusive video footage from the gravesite of where they proclaim that Kenneka Jenkins has been laid to rest. Yep, I'm coming. So Chicago, Edward Joseph is coming to your town. Yep. And I'm coming with my people. And we're going to show up and we are going to sit back and we're going to watch and see what happens. So that's my plan, and I'm putting it in action. And so you guys won't hear of me again until I step foot in Chicago and I land. I will go live. That will be exclusive. And so I'm not going to plaster it on every channel. It will only be on my main channel. I will go live on my main channel. If you're not a member of my main channel or subscribe to my main channel, well, then you won't be able to see it. I'm not going to post it on Facebook, YouTube, all of my other YouTube channels and things. It will be only exclusively on my main channel. So if you're not a member of my main channel or whatever, then you just won't be able to see the exclusive video footage. So I have to see this for myself. I have to see this for myself because for the longest time, I have talked about the Kenneka Jenkins case for over 7 years. And at the time, peoples, I have told you, at that time, I was very disgusted with TM because she never had put a tombstone on the grave of Kenneka Jenkins. Now, I've always said to myself, and I've always made it public, that in the Black culture, we commemorate the death of a person when we go to and have a funeral service for them. We sing and we rejoice and things, we cry and whatnot. And then we commit their bodies to the grave. After the funeral, they take the body, and then we go to the interment, which is the gravesite. And so the body is in a casket. We lower the body down into the ground, and then we cover it with dirt. And then after which, maybe some weeks later or whatever, we come back and we have another personal celebration and put the placard, the tombstone, on the gravesite. And that's how we commemorate the death of our loved ones. Well, we'll see with Jesus, he did not have a tombstone. Do you understand what I'm saying? He didn't need no tombstone. He was in a tomb, but he didn't need no tombstone because the stone that had entombed him was rolled away. It was rolled away, peoples. And the angels had descended upon those who had came to see the body of Jesus. And so I'm just paraphrasing the scripture. It says, "Why seek ye the living among the dead? For he is not here. He is risen, just as he said he would." And so people, that's why we always sing that song. He has risen from the grave, and he is Lord. Every knee it shall bow, and every tongue it must confess, oh, that Jesus, for he is the Christ, and he is Lord. He is Lord, for he is Lord. Dun, 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 dun. He is Lord. Mm-hmm. He has risen from the grave, and he is Lord. Every knee it shall bow, and every tongue it must confess, oh, that Jesus, for he Christ, and he is Lord. Thank you. My. People's Easter is tomorrow, and it will be what they call Resurrection Sunday. It is the time to when we celebrate the death, the burial, and the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus, who art the Christ. And so people's Kenneka hasn't been resurrected yet. And if Kenneka knew Christ, well then on that great getting up morning, fairly well, Kenneka will be caught up to meet him in the air. And she will be glorified. She will have on a new body. And she will take up on a new presence. In the presence of our Lord and Savior, Jesus, who's the Christ. And so I had to sing that song, peoples, because, you know, Easter is tomorrow, what they call Resurrection Sunday. And so I can't not allow this time to go by, peoples, without being able to express something about the death and burial and resurrection of the Christ. And hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mariah Lavender says hello. And it's just like what Gina to you had said, happy Easter and happy Passover. You guys do know the significance of Easter, right? And so I had to come and just sing my little song and things. But let me share something with you peoples. Mariah Lavender has says, hello, Mr. Edward and everyone. Jenna to you has says, greetings, Mariah. And Mariah had says, hello at Gina to you. All right, people, so let me go ahead and let me share my screen. Let me do this right quick. Let me share my screen. I'm going to go here. I'm going to show you something real quick and things. Just want to show you something here real quick, people. You guys give me a second. Let me go here. And let me do this. And let me do this. All right. I know somebody had sent it to me, but oh, that's right. They sent it to my phone. All right. So here, let me do this, people. So I'm fit to share this from my phone, and then I'm gonna share it to my Facebook. So let me share this real quick here. And so where is it? Right here. Okay. So I wouldn't thank you, Fresh Source TV, for sending me this. I wouldn't have never known. And then thank you, Little Bo Peep. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Okay. All right, I got you. Let me do this right quick, people's. Okay. So let me do this, and all right, and so we'll do it like that. Okay. All right. Hello, Honesty. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Honesty had says hello, Edward, in chat. And then Gina to you says greetings, Honesty. And Honesty had said hello, Gina, to you. And Honesty, my moderators had got together and things, and they said that you have literally been faithful to the chat, and you have really shown consistency, and you had shown some love and inspiration and admiration in Edward Joseph, Let's Talk Live. And so just now I had blessed you with a wrench, and you have become a moderator of Edward Joseph, Let's Talk Live. So it's blessings to you, ma'am, and blessings to that of becoming a moderator to Edward Joseph, Let's Talk Live. And so people, let me go here. I'm trying to look up the thing that was sent to me. Okay. Ooh, wow. Oh my God. Okay, I didn't read what you had sent, but I read it now, and oh man. Wow, okay. I see it now. Okay. I see it. All right. We're gonna share a couple of things, people. I'm just now going through and reading some of the posts that the people had sent me and things. Give me a second thing. Okay, this was sent to me. Here, give me a second here. Let me. Yeah, there it is, right there. Okay, so let me send this to myself. And let me download it, and I'm gonna send it to myself. Okay, so you are a moderator. You'll probably be on one of the other channels. Now you're a moderator on the main channel. So if you are watching on the main channel, you're a moderator on the main channel. Yeah, you're on a, okay, so I see that you got your wrench now. All right, so people, let me go ahead and share this to my, email. Okay. And I came on here because I wanted to just come on and I wanted to talk about some things, people. I really did, because I think that many of us are confused. I really do. I think that many of us are confused and whatnot. And I do understand that many of us have our own different narratives when it comes down to the Kenneka Jenkins case. And that doesn't bother me at all, peoples, because I'm glad that everybody feels a certain way that they do and stuff. And so you should, so you should. So, and I've always said that whatever you feel, peoples, well, then that's fine. Stand up for what you believe. And don't let nobody change your mind unless they can prove something, peoples. Don't let nobody change your mind. So let me download this to my computer. Okay, I want to go back. I want to go here, and I'm going to download this to my computer here. And I'm going to download this. Okay, there it is. And let me call this up. Okay, there it is. Okay, so let me close this up, and let me close this up. And let me go here. All right, so I want to I want to go back, and I'm going to share this picture this way, peoples. So let me share my screen. Now, I know we're all not going to be on one accord when it comes down to Kenneka Jenkins' case. I've already get that. I understand that. I get it. I understand it. And I'm not here to try to change anybody's thoughts, views, or beliefs. I have my own views when it comes down to the Kenneka Jenkins case. And I stand 10 toes down with what I believe. I stand 10 toes down. And this is one of the reasons, people, is why I speak so highly and so candidly about that of what I believe. Now, until you can prove to me something different than what I am showing, well, then I'm always going to stand 10 toes down with, again, what I believe, because this is what I believe. You guys get it, right? You know, it is my belief. It is not yours. And it's only a reflection upon Edward Joseph and not you. And so here it is right here, peoples. This is the young lady who we come to know as Kenneka Jenkins. This is the young lady right here, whom all of us come to know as Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. You know, this is the young lady right here. Okay. This is supposed to be TM's baby girl. This is a younger version of Kenneka, as we've seen so many different versions of Kenneka. This is a younger version of her. This is what TM had said in a post. She said, May 27, 2025, join us at Oak Ridge Cemetery for a celebration of love and peace, Kenneka's golden birthday, as we install Kenneka's headstone. Everyone's invited. So she said, Edward Joseph, I don't care what you said about me, you are invited. I don't care what you said about me or Kenneka, you are invited. So I got an invitation from Teresa Martin. Okay. And I plan on being in attendance May 27, 2025, peoples. And she said, everyone's invited. Let's keep it chill. Respect my baby girl and respect yourselves. Meaning, don't come, people, hilarious and nefarious, and with all of the drama and with all of the beef. Just because you don't agree with Edward Joseph, who cares? Come and respect what TM has going on for her child. It ain't got nothing to do with what Edward Joseph feels or say about TM or Kenneka or anybody else. Mind your business and I'll mind mine. Come out and celebrate and have fun. And that's what it is. Is that all right, peoples? She said, come and let's chill. Respect my baby girl and respect yourselves. Meaning, don't come hilarious and nefarious. Don't come acting crazy and stupid and having some makeshift beef, because it ain't about that. It is about Kenneka and nobody else. And so, you know, you don't need to come. If you're going to come all like that, well, then you need to keep your ass at home. Come with some respect. Is that all right, peoples? Don't come with all of that madness in your mind and in your heart. Come with some respect, because it doesn't matter what we all may think or feel about Kenneka. At that point in time, peoples, it is about Kenneka. Do you understand what I'm saying? So let's keep it chill, peoples. Let's keep it chill. She said, showing the world we can coexist peacefully. 100. We've been celebrating Kenneka's life since she's passed. Let's keep the love going. If you come, please come in peace. And TM, I'm planning on coming. This is a public service announcement. I'm planning on coming. And people, I'm going to post on TM's wall. I'm coming. Edward Joseph is coming. And I'm coming in peace. And I'm coming to celebrate the legacy of Kenneka Jenkins. It ain't got nothing to do with none of you peoples. I can care less what your thoughts and views may be. Really doesn't make me no difference and stuff, but I am coming to see for myself, peoples. I want to see TM put the tombstone on the grave of Kenneka. Now, I do understand many people don't believe that that is Kenneka that is buried in that grave. Well, you know, peoples, many people don't believe that that was Kenneka in that casket. Well, you know, peoples, you know what I say. And I'm just going to say it like this, and this is going to be your answer. If Kenneka was on the gurney in the kitchen, decomposed, okay, then how in the hell could it be Kenneka in a casket? And how in the hell could it be Kenneka in the grave? Now, help me to make that make sense. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. If Kenneka Jenkins was decomposed on a gurney, then I'm going to ask the question again, peoples, and let me go and let me do this again, because see, Trey Gay tried to explain it, but Trey Gay got it all wrong. Trey Gay lied. Trey Gay lied, and I'm about to get up on you, Trey Gay, because you know that last live that you did, man, you were all over the place. You lied, and you've been lying for 7 years. But see, since you watched my live, Trey Gay, let me go on and teach you something, brother. And then let me go ahead and educate many of you people, okay? Because I'm going to walk it down. And if you got something to say, come on and say it, but be respectful. And if you're going, if you can't be respectful, well, then get the hell out of my chat. Moderators, you guys stand on guard and stuff, because, you know, I don't want to eternally block the people. Anybody who comes in with this hilarious and nefarious nonsense, block their ass. Is that all right? So, again, peoples, let me educate you upon what I believe. Now, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but this is what I believe. And so let me take it back, peoples. Let me take it back to 3 pictures right here. Three pictures right here. 3 pictures right here. And then we're going to get back to what Tim was saying. Now, this is what I believe, peoples. It's what I believe right here. Because, see, the thing is, until you can be able to tell me, peoples, why this is the way that it is and how could it be, well, then you already know what my answer is to what is about to happen, peoples. Now, I honor and respect TM for putting the tombstone on the grave, but then my question is, who is in the grave? Who is in the grave? And now I know what you guys are saying and stuff, and so reserve your comments and stuff, peoples, because again, if you can explain it, come to my live. But if you can't explain it, well, then just shut the fuck up. Is that all right, peoples? See, I don't need you to chime out unless you're going to come to the live and explain it. But if you can't explain it, well, then shut the fuck up. Is that all right, peoples? So again, peoples, this is my stance right here. It's my stance right here, peoples. And I need you to explain this to me, Peoples, did you explain this to me? Because see, if you can't explain this to me, well, then how in the hell do you expect me to believe anything else? And it's simple as this, and this right here, peoples. Right here. And right here. So when we look at this, peoples, the order of events would be like this here, peoples. The order of events would be like this. This would have come first. She walked into the freezer. She laid down and died, or she was carried. Now, I was talking to a content creator, and I asked a simple question. I said, set aside from the timestamps and everything, help me to make one thing make sense. How in the hell did Kenneka Jenkins get into the freezer? Did she walk in there by herself? Was she carried in there? How did she get in there? Because see, when you tell me that Kenneka had walked back there into the kitchen and towards the freezer, well then, damn it, help me to make it make sense. How did she get in the freezer? How did she get in the freezer? Peoples, how in the hell did she get in the freezer? How did she get into the freezer? Let me ask that again. How did she get in the freezer? If she was never at the establishment, how did she get in the freezer? If she was at Schiller's Park, if she was at the west side of Chicago, if she was at the DoubleTree, or if she was at the Marriott, how did Kenneka Jenkins get in the freezer? How? Peoples, this is Kenneka Jenkins. Peoples, this is Kenneka Jenkins right here. How did she get in the freezer? I mean, you guys can explain everything of how she was supposed to have navigated all around the hotel, and how she was in Irene's live and TY's live and all like this, and she's walking the halls of that establishment. She was supposed to be in the main area of the lobby, in the front area of the lobby, in the what the main lobby is. Supposed to be walking down the elevator. She's supposed to be walking over here and over there and everything. But then you guys can explain all of that. But I just need you to explain one thing to me. How in the hell did Kenneka Jenkins get in the freezer? Now, you had TM say that it was a camera above the freezer. Now, as far as I am concerned, peoples, and as far as I can recollect, no one else has ever mentioned a camera over the freezer other than TM. She's the only one. And so, peoples, you got to help me to make this make sense. If there was a camera over the freezer, where was the camera? Why wasn't it ever mentioned in the paperwork? No, okay. So now, I see what you're saying. I hear you. I hear you. But see, the thing is, people, you can't play tiddlywinks with me because you can't tell me that, okay, we're going to just reference the case files. And in the case files, it never mentioned a camera being over the freezer. You want me to reference the case files, but when I reference the case files has never mentioned any camera over the freezer. But yet you want me to reference the case files. Okay? So you say they went to court. And in court, all of these things was supposed to have came out. Well, peoples, that is somewhat true. But it's not always the case. You only bring to court what you want to bring to court. And that you don't bring to court, that is not admitted in evidence, is not evidence. Just because they went to court and just because you won millions of dollars don't mean a hill of beans to me. Because everything that was admitted in court, it ain't all actual, it ain't all factual, and it ain't all true. Now, you want to challenge me up on that? Okay, let's go. Case in point, your president, what came on national TV and said, and you heard him, his voice, I can play with the young lady's pee and get away with it. You heard his voice. He had allegations of sexual activities and playing with several women. And they won lawsuits up against him. He defamed them. They won lawsuits up against him. They even told the American public what he did to them. But you even had him going on live on national TV stating to the people what he had done to ladies. He can touch their pee and he'll get away with it. Well, obviously, he touched their pee. He got away with it. And guess what? He is your president, not mine. He's your president. Because you suckers voted for him. I didn't vote for him. You did. You voted for him, and so that's how he got into office. But he told you what he did. He touched a woman's pee, and he got away with it. So just because Teresa Martin went to court, and all of this stuff was in court, don't mean a hill of beans to me. Because see, the thing is, unless that of what you're presenting is admissible in court, well, then that becomes law. But if the shit ain't admissible in court, well, then it doesn't become law. It doesn't become part of the record. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now let me ask you a question again, peoples. How did Kenneka Jenkins get into the freezer? Did she walk in there by herself? And did she lay down and die? How did she get in there? What was that brought up in court? And is that how Teresa Martin made her millions? Because Kenneka walked herself in the freezer and laid down and died? Man, see, let me tell you something, people. You are stupid if you ever believe that Kenneka Jenkins walked herself into a freezer and laid down and died. You are stupid. You're stupid if you believe that. So, if Kenneka never walked herself into a freezer and laid down and died, how in the hell did she get in there? Peoples, Gina to you said she was carried. Peoples, Kenneka Jenkins was carried. Let that sink in. I want you to let that sink in for one moment, people. So let that sink in. Kenneka Jenkins was carried. That right there changes everything, peoples. That right there changes everything. She was carried. If she was carried, peoples, did it come up in court that she was carried? Held to the law. And I tell you why it didn't come up in court. Because it would have changed this whole case into a death investigation and to a murder. See, you guys are not listening to me. You got to understand the law. You got to understand factors. You got to understand things that comes into play. If it was stated in any of the narratives that Kenneka was carried, then guess what happens, peoples? It changes the whole depth, D-E-P-T-H, of this case. It would have transformed it into a death investigation as a crime scene, as a murder. Because if she was carried, then the question would be, who carried her? Look, peoples, look. Jeannie to you said that she was carried. Honesty said, I believe Kenneka was placed in that freezer. Same thing. Tony G had said that somebody put her in there. Everybody is on the same as she was carried. Because the only way that you're going to put somebody in the freezer is you're going to have to what? Carry them, right? Or she was dragged in there. Whether she was carried, whether she was dragged, we all come to the same conclusion that, like Tony G said, somebody put her in there. Somebody. So if Kenneka never walked into the freezer on her own accord, well then that already tells you, and we've already have a consensus with some of the people in the chat that Kenneka didn't walk herself into that freezer. She was either dragged or she was carried. And either way, how you look at it, somebody, like Tony G had said, put her in there. And so if somebody put her in there, then what does that tell you, people? What is that saying? It says that it is a murder. Because if somebody put her in there, that means somebody had to murder her. And this is one of the reasons why TM don't want the things to come out in this case, because if it was a murder, she wouldn't get no money. Do you understand what I'm saying? If this was a murder, Teresa Martin wouldn't have got no money. Because it would have changed everything. She would have got some money because of the simple fact that her daughter was murdered on the premises, and the insurance would have gave her some money, but she wouldn't have got millions like she has gotten now. Because I don't ever recall all of the murders that I ever read upon. People didn't pay because their loved ones got murdered upon somebody's property. I mean, Shanquella Robinson got murdered out there in Cabo San Lucas. Kendrick Johnson got murdered on the school premises. Tyree Nichols got murdered. George Floyd had got murdered. Yeah, they got money. They got money. They had powerful attorneys. They got murdered and they got money, but they didn't get money for the murder. They got money because of the civil rights of the deceased has been violated. But it wasn't for the murder. It was for the civil rights violations. Well, see, TM got paid not because Kenneka Jenkins' civil right was violated. It was because of negligence on the part of the Crown Plaza, because the spin is that Kenneka walked herself into the kitchen and laid down and died. And she died of hypothermia and she died of exposure. That's what they said. Go read the case files. That's what it says in the case files. That was the underlying cause of her death. Suffocation, not asphyxiation. Asphyxiation means that someone had tied the noose or something around her neck and choked her out, but they didn't put that down. That's why they didn't show you that around her neck, because if they showed you that around her neck, it wouldn't have been no question that somebody choked her out, right? So in order to scathe the death investigation, well then, yeah, we're going to say it was hypothermia. She died because of a lack of oxygen, not because someone had put a noose around her neck and choked her out. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, it's a big difference, people. See, now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Now we're beginning to understand some things and stuff, because I needed for you guys to understand some things and stuff. Yes, the Crown Plaza covered this up. Yes, they did. But I never said that the kids unalived Kenneka. I said the kids are involved. You may not think that way, but I do. Because my thing is this: why lie? They lied, and all of them clearly lied. TM lied. The kids lied. Everybody lied. And so why lie? I don't care what they're doing right now. They lied. They lied. They may live in their best life right now, but they lied. They may have babies and married and doing whatever, and they still living, but they lied. That's the bottom line. They lied. So, who in this goddamn community can tell me, Edward Joseph, and the people what happened to Kenneka Jenkins? They ain't gonna tell you. Why? Because they lied. Man, come on. You guys got to be kidding me. They lied. And so you got to ask yourself the question, why did these kids lie? They lied. Why did they lie? They had no reason to lie, because if their little asses was telling the truth, well then, hey. But they lied. They lied, and they lied. All right, people. See, you're not listening to me. So let me go show you something here, people. Let me go show you something right here. Okay. I'm gonna show you something, because I don't think you get what I am trying to convey, peoples. I don't think that you're getting what I'm trying to convey. So I said in one of my lives, peoples, this is one of the lives that I did. I said, if security had KD'd Kenneka, and you know what KD is, then who carried her? Okay. Did you see what I said right here in this live, peoples? I made a live. I said, and it clearly says right here, peoples, if security KD'd Kenneka, then who carried her? You all had just told me, peoples, that they carried her. Well, the one who carried her was the one who killed her. Let me go back here, peoples. Let me go back here, because I need you guys to understand some things. Let's go back. Let's go back right here. Let's go back right here. The guy in the black hoodie. The guy with the little emblem around his chest. Okay. Y'all see that, right? All right. So, and then there he is right there. Now, if you go by the timestamp, and some of you say and stuff, well, you know, he's walking down the hall, right? There he is right there. And it was on 9/8 at 11:11:36. Okay. But then over here on this timestamp, it says 9/8 at 11:11:06. So just 30 seconds later. So for the first time in history, peoples, the two goddamn timestamps almost look just alike, right? As far as the time, because it is 11:23 over here, but over here it says 10:11. No, I said that wrong. It is 23:11 over here, and this says 22:11 right here. So either it was at 10:11 or 11:11. Over here it says 11:11 because 23 is 11. And then this is the minutes right here, and so that says 11. And over here it says 36, and so that is 11:11 and 36 seconds. Okay, but over here it says 22:11 which is 10:11 in 06 seconds. So you guys say that the time was off about an hour. The time was off about an hour. Okay, so now, how do we decipher this right here as to when this guy came into the establishment? Was it at 10:11 or was it at 11:11? Which is it? I mean, you can clearly see it's an hour off in between the two. But then you got to ask yourself the question, people. Why would there be two different timestamps? Why would there be two different timestamps on a video post? Why would that be? Because see, the thing is, people, you got the full court hall that has the same typeface as the time over here. You see that, right? It says full court hall. And then over here, if you glide over, it says 2017 at 9/8, 23/11/36. There it is right there. It's in your face, peoples. Let me go ahead and let me get my magnifier and let me increase that so you can clearly see for yourself, peoples. That's what it says right there. It says full court hall. And then over here, it says 2017, 9/8, and then at 23:11. And that's on the outer box. You see that? See the outer box right here? That's on the outer box right there. But then embedded in that, below that, it has full court hall. It says 22/11/06, 2017 at 9/8. Now we got two different timestamps on this thing right here. So now you ask yourself the question, which is the authentic? Well, people, let me surmise to you that the one that is the real time is the one that is embedded in the video footage. And the one that is embedded in the video footage is the smaller time right here, which is 22/11/06. The outer one is the player because it plays the video. It is not embedded in the video. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So that is the difference of time. So your player has a different timestamp from the actual video, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if I was to hook up my video camera, peoples, my video camera would display a time that the video was taken. When I go to play the video back on my computer or any other gadget, whether it be Windows Media Player, whether it be Power DVD, whether it be Pinnacle, whether it be Power Director, or what other form of media that will play the video, it will give me a time stamp. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? Of that particular video. And depending on the video, the time can be off about 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours. And in this case, it's off an hour and some seconds. And the reason why it's off an hour and some seconds is because it is trying to read the metadata from the actual video. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it is trying to copy the same time. But in this case, it didn't register the same exact time. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, with that being said, it's not going to give a true representation of when the actual video was recorded. See? I hope I'm making sense, peoples. Let me do it. Let me do it like this. Let me do it like this, because I see that many of you are still. I think that many of you are still confused. So let me go here, peoples. Let me go here. Let me do it like this. Okay. Because I need to explain this so you guys can understand the differences in the time. So let me go to Windows Media Player. Let me type in Windows Media Player. Windows Media Player. Okay, Windows Media Player, Legacy Player. So let's open up the app. Okay, we got Windows Media Player right here. All right, so now let me go to the library. Let me search for some videos. And let me see if I can go in. No, better yet. Instead of doing it like that, let me do it like this. I'm going to shrink this down some. I'm going to just grab any video. So I'm going to go to my downloads. Go to my downloads. And I'm going to call up. A video. So let's call up Justice for Kenneka right here. Let's call it this video. Okay, so this video is going to play in my Power Director, but I'm going to play it and I'm going to open with Media Player. So it opens up in Media Player. Okay, now I'm going to play it in its actual Media Player, which is Power DVD. Okay, so I have two media players. I have Power DVD, and I have Windows Media Player. So let's get the both about the same here. Let's make sure that they're both. Okay. So I got Power DVD on the left, Windows Media Player on the right. Two different players. So let's play this and let's play this. We're going to turn out the sound on both because I don't need the sound. Hello, lady. Okay. So they're both playing. They're supposed to be playing. Okay, so we're at Just for Kenneka. All right. So let's move this to somewhere around there, and let's move that to somewhere around there. Okay, almost about the same. So we got both of them playing. So now, if we was to go and look at the timestamp, peoples, let's go and look at the properties, and let's look at the time. Now I'm trying to see if I can call it the timestamp up on here. Let's see, video settings, rotate, fill zoom, video enhancement, speed, properties. Okay, so it's not giving me a timestamp on here. Because usually, let's go to full screen. Let's see. Usually, it would give you a timestamp up here, but the only timestamp that we have is down here in the corner. So it's not giving me the timestamp that's on the actual video. So now let's look at this one, see if this is going to give me a timestamp. So it still has a timestamp in the corner, but it doesn't have a timestamp over any other place. It's the only timestamp is down here in the corner. So we look over here and see. So it's still not going to give me no timestamp. So the only timestamp is going to be is in the corner right here. Okay, y'all see that, right? So we got Power DVD right here, and we got Windows Media Player, and they're both playing the same video. But the only timestamp that you're going to see on this is in the corner down here, and not on the actual video, as you can see right here. See that? So now, when we go, and let me stop this. Now, when we look at this particular video that they have shown right here, well, we have a timestamp stamped within the video. But remember, this video was transposed from the original content that was on the what I forget the name of that server that they had. Let me go back to the go back to here, right here, the original case files right here. And then we look at the narratives. Okay, so that's not going to show me what I want to see. So let's go back. Let's go back and let's look at the images. And then that's not going to show me what I want to see. Okay, let's go back. What is it that, where can I get that? Where can I get that? Let's see, where can I get that? Where can I get that? Kenneka's videos right here. Let me go right here. Nope, that's not going to show me what I want to see. Let's see, KJ. That's not going to show me what I want to see. I know what I want to see, but I'm just trying to see how can I get there. Because there was something that I had to where I had the actual video files. So let me go to Wondershare. Let me go to Wondershare. Let me go to Wondershare. It's on here. Let's go to compressed video files for Kenneka. And nope. Let me see. Where is it at? Compressed videos. Nope. I know I have it. Let me see. Miscellaneous clips for Kenneka. Nope. Okay, cool. I got that right there. Miscellaneous case files for Kenneka. Original short clips. Nope. Let me see. Okay, here it is. Wondershare 14 and 15. Let me go to converted. It's not in converted. Let me go to download. Let me go to temp. And it's not that. Okay, it's not that. Let me go to 15. Let me go to converted. Nope, it's not in there. Okay, so let's go to compressed. It's not in there. So let's go to download it. It is not in there. Okay, so it's not in there. So everything has been converted. So that's the one that shared things. That was the clips and whatnot. Let me see here. Okay. All right. So let's do this now. We're going to go here. So I'm fit to show you why there is a difference in the timestamps, peoples. But to show you the difference, why there is a timestamp. Okay. So let's go here, people. So let's close all of this up. All right, so let's go here. Let's go to Amp Easy. Kenneka Jenkins. And then let's go to Amp Easy homepage. Let's go to his live. And let's go to his post. And let's go here. And let's go here. And let's enlarge this right here. And let's see what he had to say here. He said, description of evidence being submitted. If it's not the original, please include a description of the original source, i.e. exported from digital video recorder. Okay, y'all see that, right? And that, let me read that again. It says description of evidence being submitted. If it's not the original, please include a description of the original source, i.e. exported from digital video recorder. Digital video recorder, okay? So the original digital video recorder, peoples, is not what we are seeing, because it has literally been exported from a website, and the website was supposed to have contained video footage from the original video recorder, which it wasn't. And the reason why it wasn't, because we didn't get the original video footage. We didn't get the original video footage, peoples. We got a copy, because remember, from the server that the original video footage has been video on or recorded on, it was taken down to Target or Kinko's or some other place, peoples, and it was on a thumb drive. And it was from that thumb drive is when the video footage was uploaded to the website. So it wasn't from the original source, peoples. It was a copy. And because it was a copy, you do not have a original copy of the timestamp. So what you see being shown in the picture here, peoples, is the original video footage right there, along with the timestamp of the player that it was transposed into, which is an hour off from the original video footage. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? See, I just proven to you. So this right here is the original video footage that is embedded in the video, which cannot, shall not, will not be changed. It can never be changed, peoples. This is the original. This little time right here is embedded and is embedded in the actual video footage. The player that the video is being played from is an hour off, which is the big bold letters right here. And it's just only an interpretation of the actual video footage. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. This is one of the reasons why the video footage is off by an hour. Do you guys understand what I'm saying now, peoples? So when the video was transposed from the server, from where the actual video was, it showed it to be an hour off. Maybe 2 hours off, or maybe 3 hours off. But it wasn't the actual time, because everybody was wondering, well, what is the actual time? Well, I'm showing you the actual time. The actual time is the small time that you see right here, peoples. That's the actual time. So this guy was at the establishment on 9/8, which is a day before 9/9 at 10:11 p.m. because 22 is 11 p.m., not 11 a.m. 11 a.m. would say 11. 11 p.m. in military time would be 22. And so let me go and show you military time, peoples. Let me show you military time. See, Windows Media Player and Power DVD doesn't show you a timestamp on the video, as you can see right here. See that? There's no timestamp in the video. As you can see that there is a timestamp in this video right here. So when I play it back, the timestamp is down in the lower right-hand corner. But when I play this, the timestamp is in the upper right-hand corner. Did you see? So depending upon the media player that you're playing from, the timestamp is going to be in different places, peoples. So when the people sit here and tell me, oh, well, the timestamps is off and all like this, yes, they are. They're off. It's never going to be the same, and it's never going to match up because of the simple fact that the video footage was transposed from the server. I just showed you what it stated on M-Easy's channel. Let me go back to M-Easy's channel, peoples. Right here. It clearly says right here, peoples. Clearly says right here. And I don't want the people to get confused. It says scope of request. Include details the examiner needs to know to find, evaluate, and examine the evidence, such as the time frame of the incident, description of the person's vehicle of interest, whether the item has been handled, i.e. latent print evidence specific areas of the item to be processed for latent prints. Description of the evidence being submitted. If it's not the original, bingo peoples, right there. If it's not the original, please include a description of the original source, i.e., exported from digital video recorder. What is the digital video recorder, peoples? The digital video recorder is the actual video or camera that video was recorded upon. So this was the actual video recording, but it was transposed, meaning it was copied into another video source that gave you its own timeline. And it gave you a description or copy of what is being depicted. Okay, did you hear what it says with M-Easy thing right here? Let me go back here, peoples. Let me go back to M-Easy's channel. And so let's get some clarity out of confusion, peoples, because again, I need you to understand that. Look at what it says, peoples. Look at what it says, so you can get a clear understanding. It says, if it's not the original, which that is not the original, it says, please include a description of the original source, i.e., exported from digital video recorder. Okay, you guys see that, right? So, since this copy that we see is not the original source and it's only a copy, well, then it's giving you a description of the original source, which it says Full Court Hall right here. It says Full Court Hall right here, and it's giving you a description of the Full Court Hall up at the top. You see the little small bar, and it's cut off right here, but you see the big bar, and it has a description, Full Court Hall in the original video footage, Full Court Hall on the external player. Okay, and then it says, it didn't give a description down here, but it gave you the description up here, and it gave you the date and time, which the date and time is already conjoined with the description. Original video footage, as you see right there. The external is the player that the original video footage is being played upon, and is giving you its own copy or description of what is being played. Okay, did you guys get it? Let's go back to M-Easy's channel. Right here, people, and it clearly says, and it's in your face. There it is. It says, if it's not the original, please include a description of the original source. Well, we know that it's not the original, peoples. And so what is it actually doing, peoples? It is giving us a description of the original source. This is the description of the original source. In the original, it says Food Court Hall. In the player, it says Food Court Hall. It's giving you the description of what's actually in the original video footage. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. There it is right there. And so he even said it right here. He said the case files were designed to convince you. Exhibit number 2, Rosemont Public Safety Police purposely reached out to Target Forensics to have all of these clarification and enhancements done to the Facebook Live video. Once again, simply to, and then he said, simply to have you believe that they were being very thorough. Some of the requests made to target forensics originate from social media speculation with absolutely no purpose in an actual professional investigation. It seems they were very much aware of the importance of obtaining authentic native format files. Take a look at how they described the files they sought from Facebook, but they didn't keep the same energy for Crown Plaza and the surveillance video footage. If you read over this request enough times, you should begin to understand how comical of a request for services it really is. Okay. I've easily been trying to tell you. It says the video is being shared all over Facebook and YouTube, which was created through Facebook Live. A subpoena requesting original first generation native format from Facebook is underway. Unknown at this time how soon we will have that copy of the video footage from Facebook. Now, peoples, I have been telling you for all of this time, for all of you people who consistently and insistently have been worrying about the timestamps, I kept telling you over and over and over again, for those who would listen, you cannot go by the timestamps. You cannot go by the timestamps, people, because again, it is not the original, authentic, native video footage. Let me show you, peoples. The original video footage will always have this lookup on it right here. That's the original video footage. The fake video footage will always have this emboldened in big bold letters over here. You see that? This is the original time. So you can't change the time on the original video footage because it's already stamped in the video. Do you understand what I'm saying? But you can't take a copy of the original video and blur out the time and still play it as if it was the original video footage. Do you understand what I'm saying? So like I told the people, when they posted the pictures of Kenneka, and I had checked the mega data on the pictures of Kenneka, it shows that Kenneka died on the 7th. Not the 6th, not the 8th, not the 9th. It was a copy of the original video, of the original pictures of Kenneka's death. They were stupid because they uploaded the original pictures. Anytime you upload anything original, people, it will always be original. It doesn't matter what format you go and open it up to look at it in and stuff. It will be the original. Case in point of what you're seeing right here. This is a copy of the original video. This is the timestamp of the original video. This is the original video. But it's a copy of it. They can't change this. Because it is a copy of the original video footage that they uploaded. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? So when they posted the original pictures of Kenneka Jenkins, the original pictures had the original timestamp on it. In the original timestamp, metadata shows that Kenneka died on the 7th and not the 6th, not the 8th, and not the 9th. And it's what Edward Joseph has been standing up on forever and a day. Kenneka did not die on the 6th. Kenneka did not die on the 8th. Kenneka did not die on the 9th. Kenneka died on the 7th. And that's why, peoples, you have a young lady that is lying on a gurney decomposed. And if she's decomposed, peoples, who in the hell is that girl in the casket? And who in the hell is that girl who TM buried? Because it wasn't Kenneka. It wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. Now, I stand 10 toes down up on that, peoples. And I'll go to Chicago and I'll go to that graveside and I'll tell TM in her face, Kenneka is not buried in his grave. Not the Kenneka Jenkins that we come to know. Now, if this is not Kenneka Jenkins, well, then who in the hell is it? Who in the hell is it? Because, see, the thing is, this is one of the reasons why TM will not allow the information from the courts to be shown to the public, because she knows that it's not her child. She knows that. That's why she don't want the information to be exposed, peoples, because in the court, they showing you the real girl who is on that gurney right there that I just shown you. The real Kenneka Jenkins, who is decomposed on the gurney. And not this makeshift puppet that was manicured and plastered and pasted. It was some type of paper mache or some type of plastic image that was in that casket. It wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. And I stand 10 toes down on that. I stand 10 toes down on that. And I've been standing 10 toes down on that. And I know it may rub some of you guys the wrong way, and that's fine, because I got the proof to the truth. And I've been telling you forever and a day for those who will open up their ears and listen. Now, I'm educating you upon something, peoples, because this is something that no other person ever did. Now, Aunt Easy had already shown you the effery of what they have been doing in this case. Now, if you want to listen, you listen and you'll learn something. He posted it up on his channel for a reason. And he told you for unemphatically, peoples, the pictures and videos don't lie. The girl is decomposed. You can go to any video and you will see the same image. It doesn't lie. She wouldn't be decomposed had she not been in the freezer for several days rotting. You believe what you want to believe, but at the end of the day, you can't even convince me, peoples, that Kenneka ever walked the halls of that establishment. If you ever did your research like I did, then you will come to discover that Kenneka died on the 7th. The metadata on the pictures don't lie. So why don't you shut your goddamn mouth, Go do your goddamn research and then come back and talk to me. Because see, the thing is, people's all too often people got their goddamn mouths open without thoroughly doing the research. If you can't even explain those 3 pictures that I had up, well then what the fuck are you telling me? You can't tell me shit, because at the end of the day, peoples, you got to put this in perspective. And if you can't put it in perspective, if you can't explain it, well then what the fuck are you trying to tell me? You can't tell me shit. So again, let's go back. Here we go. Here we go. And here we go. So if Kenneka died, which we know she died, we know this is her in the freezer. The first thing that would happen, peoples, after the death of Kenneka is she would be in the freezer, which we see her right there. After being taken out of the freezer, which we literally seen on video, she will be lying on a gurney. And from the gurney, we don't see no other picture other than this of what TM said. This is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. Well, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. This is how it went. Kenneka died in the freezer. Kenneka has a picture taken, and it was being representative of Kenneka was at a funeral home, which she had never at no funeral home. Kenneka was never at the funeral home. Let me say that again, peoples. I said Kenneka Jenkins was never at the funeral home. When this picture was taken. Y'all see that, right? Kenneka Jenkins was never at the funeral home when this particular picture right here was taken. She never was at Leaks and Sons. And she was never at what's the guy's name? The one who supposedly had picked up her body. Something West. What is the guy's name? Oh God, I can't even think of his name. The guy who picked up, the guy who was in the video footage with the little young boy. Y'all help me out. What is his name? I can't recall his name right now. But he has a funeral home. Damn, can't think of his name right now. What is his name? What is his name? But anyway, like I said before, peoples, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but I'm going to stand 10 toes down with it, and I'm going to say what I need to say. And whether it pisses you off or whether you dissatisfied or whatever, I really don't give 2 rat's asses, because I'm here to stand 10 toes down, and I'm here to tell you, peoples, because the evidence do not lie. The evidence do not lie. And if you can't understand this by now, then I don't know what to tell you. If you're ever going to tell me anything about the Kenneka Jenkins case, explain these 3 pictures, because these 3 pictures is supposed to be of Kenneka Jenkins, and then put it in chronological order as it was supposed to have happened. Put it in chronological order in a manner to which it was supposed to have happened, and then explain to me how each photo became to be. How each photo became to be, peoples. Explain that in great detail. Since you know so much about the Kenneka Jenkins case, I don't want to hear your theories about any other thing other than explain to me and to the people how these three pictures are related and how did they come about. Explain that to me. Explain that to me. I don't care about the beverage manager. I don't care about France Cabe. I don't care about Lenore, Irene, Monifa, Shemaya, Bribri. I don't even care about TM. I just need for you to explain to me how those three pictures became to be and why this girl is looking so decomposed upon the gurney and why the metadata had stated and shown that Kenneka Jenkins had died on the 7th and not the 9th. Because you can't change the metadata on the pictures. It's embedded in the photos, peoples. And the one thing that I did when Rosemont had initially put all of this stuff up on their website, they put the original, they put a copy of the original on their website. And smart people like me had went on and did their due diligence. And when I checked, I looked at the metadata of when the picture was taken. And the picture had shown that it was taken on the 7th. Why do you think that they took down the website? Why do you think they took down the website? Why do you think they took down the videos and all like that? Oh, so I know what you're saying. Oh, well, because it was too much publicity behind all of this and they gave people time and all like that. People, if it was an accident, well, then why put up the website? Why take it down? If it was an accident, if you guys ain't got nothing to hide, why take it down? Why go in and stage all of these people into making it seem like Kenneka walked the halls of that establishment and she didn't? I mean, the boy is telling you right here, M-Easy is telling you right here in the post that he made. He's telling you they effed up and they changed things. When the people got a hold of all of this stuff and they saw originally what was going on, what do you think they did? They took it down and they changed it. What did I say in the beginning, peoples? What did I say? Let me go play this video. Why in this room with all of these people? I made a video, peoples, and it says that Kenneka Jenkins never died on the 6th. Y'all go back and watch that video. I made the video. I talked about this. It said Kenneka Jenkins never died on the 6th. Okay. This was my original channel. All right. So I just played that back. But I want to play something right here, peoples. Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people's chat?
That's what they said from the beginning.
Come on, Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kenneka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are true finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people? Chat.
That's what they said from the beginning.
Come on, Tiff. What did they say?
She was found in the rear dock. At the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kenneka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are true fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. Peoples, in the beginning, they did not find Kenneka in the freezer. They found her in the dock area. That is what they said in the beginning, peoples. That's what they said in the beginning. And so I have asked the chat, did Kenneka walk herself into the freezer and lay down and died? And all of you had, well, some of you had said that she didn't walk herself in the freezer, but she was carried into the freezer. And so if she was carried into the freezer, peoples, what is that telling you? That is telling you that she did not walk herself into the freezer. And if she didn't walk herself into the freezer and lay down and die, what is that telling you? It's telling you that it was a murder. It was a murder. If she didn't walk herself in the freezer, she had to be placed in the freezer. And if she was placed in the freezer, well, peoples, even if she was placed in the freezer dead, one can assume and allude to the fact that she was killed. Because why would anybody want to place someone in a freezer if they was alive? And if they was alive, well, then that was intentional murder. And if they were dead, why didn't they go and report the death instead of just locking her into a freezer? So either way you look at it, it was an intentional death. Period. Point blank. No way that you can get around that, peoples. No way that you can get around that. Because if it wasn't intentional death, well, then they would have reported that she died. And so then the question would have been, how did she die? And where was she when she died? Well, Tiffany had just told you. They found her in the rear in the dock area. And that's what they said in the beginning. And then what did they do? They changed it from the dock area to what? To the freezer. And so what did they have to do? They went on and they had made reference of this young lady supposedly walking herself into a freezer and laying down and die. Peoples. Now, if you ever thought that Kenneka Jenkins walked herself into a freezer and laid down and died, you are absolutely stupid. You're stupid. Because, again, I asked the question, how did she get into the freezer? Virginia to you told you that she was carried. Tony G had told you that she was placed in there. And Mariah Lavender had told you, peoples, I believe Kenneka was placed in the freezer. Well, but that's not what they said in the beginning. What they said in the beginning, that she was found in the rear by the dock area, by the caddy shack, just like what TM had said in one of the posts that she made. So you guys are forgetting the things that was stated in the beginning versus a lot of the stuff that came afterwards. Well, if Kenneka was found in the rear in the dock area, how in the hell did she get into the freezer? And if Kenneka was found in the rear by the dock area or even placed in the freezer, well, then that's indicative of the fact that Kenneka Jenkins was at the Crown Plaza, because there you see her body in the freezer. So that's indicative of the fact, people, that Kenneka Jenkins had to be at the Crown Plaza and not at the Doubletree, and not at the Marriott, and not at Schiller's Park, and not at some fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious party on the west side of Chicago. Kenneka Jenkins was at the Crown Plaza. So when you people want to listen to these stupid people that tells you that Kenneka was never at the establishment, well then, goddammit, you are stupid. Because then we go back and we reference these pictures right here, peoples. If Kenneka never was at the Crown Plaza, how in the hell did she get into the Crown Plaza freezer? There she is right there. The evidence is in your goddamn face. I never could understand how people can sit and listen to these content creators ramble on about Kenneka Jenkins not being at the establishment when the goddamn evidence is clearly in your face, peoples. The evidence is right there. So where in the hell are these content creators that saying Kenneka Jenkins never was at the Crown Plaza? Well, how would her mom had sued the Crown Plaza if Kenneka was never there? How? How? Explain how Kenneka got into the freezer. You can't. You can't, people. You can't explain it. And this is why I do my lives. I don't care what you guys believe. You guys can believe that all of these people had did something to Kenneka, and that's fine. I never stated that the kids did anything to Kenneka. I never stated that the kids, no, let me take that back. I never stated that the kids had unalived Kenneka. Oh, they did something to her. But I never stated that they had unalived Kenneka. I never said that. So I want you guys to get that through your thick skull. I never came on live and said that the kids killed Kenneka. I never said that. What I did say is that they had a part in something that happened to Kenneka, but I ain't never said that they killed Kenneka. So I want to get that understanding right now. So for all of you people who When they sit around here and say Edward Joseph said that the kids killed Kenneka, no, I never said that. I said they had a part in whatever happened to her, but I never did say that they killed her. Is that all right, peoples? Now, for those of you who do not believe, I want you to go back and I want you to watch my lives. Okay, and so let's start with right here. I want you guys to go back and watch my lives, and I explain it in great detail. And I had clearly said in this live, if security, KD Kenneka, meaning if security, Killed Kenneka, well then who carried her? If security did it, who carried her? If security, KD Kenneka, who carried her? You already told me that Kenneka was carried to the freezer. Who carried her? That's the lie that I did. It's a part 1 and it's a part 2. And then I went further to say, peoples.
Why and how, although.
Let me go back to the other lives that I did, peoples. I want you to watch these lives that I, Edward Joseph, did, peoples. And so you can get a greater understanding as to what I'm saying. I don't care about what the other YouTubers said. I'm showing you what Edward Joseph.
This wasn't the first time.
Had said, peoples. So let me go back to the videos that Edward Joseph had did. Go back and watch my videos, peoples. And then you'll have a greater understanding of what I'm trying to convey. And I stand 10 toes down with what I say. I know it doesn't, it really affects some of you, but that's okay. Because I'm always going to stand 10 toes down with what I say. And for the book and for the record, I do not believe that is Kenneka in that casket. I don't believe that at all. That's why I want to go down here. Now, and then let me go further. I said, and I made a live about it, and I want you guys to go back and watch my live. It's a 5-hour live. I said Kenneka Jenkins never died on the 6th. Yeah, I said it, and I made a live. Go back and watch my live. It will give you some good, wholesome information as to why I believe such. Now, if you have a difference in opinion, well, then that's fine. Come watch the live and then come back and have a conversation with me openly. And then let's see what you have to say after you watch the live. Everything that I have been saying, I made a live about it, peoples, because I stand 10 toes down with what I believe. Now, you don't have to believe me. I'm not asking you to believe me. All I'm asking you to do is just watch the live. Watch the live and then come back and have a conversation with me. That's it. But watch the live. Stop coming with all of this madness about this and that and the other, and you haven't watched my live. Because if you don't watch my live, peoples, you're never going to get a greater understanding as to what I'm trying to convey. Okay, and so now you saw the video, peoples. You saw Kenneka in the background. I'm going to show you the pictures.
Phone and car keys back.
I'm going to show you the pictures of Kenneka. Okay, and let me see. Okay, let me see. Let me see what else. Just trying to show you all of the things that I talked about. All right, so let me go back and let me show you the pictures, peoples. Let me show you the picture. The real Kenneka Jenkins in the bathroom with Monifa and Shemaya, peoples. Let me go back to my one to share. It was in one of these right here. Let's see that. Let's see that. I just had it up just a second ago. Okay, I think I got it in my main thing, but no, I know where it is now. Here it is right here. Where it is, Kenneka case files. Miscellaneous. Okay, here it is right here. This is the pictures of Kenneka in the video. There's Kenneka Jenkins right there. Clear as daylight in your face. That's the real Kenneka Jenkins. That's holding a white cup of some substance. Could be Hennessy, whatever, and stuff, you know. But that's what she had. And there's Monifa sticking her tongue out, and there is Shemaya. And Shemaya is doing the video in the mirror, so she can incorporate all of them in the video. This is the still photos right here, and then here it is a crystal clear picture of Kenneka. There it is right there. And then here's the crystal clear picture of Kenneka holding the cup. Now, as you can see in the video, peoples, Kenneka has on the black band. And then around here, around her wrist, there you see the little red band right there. It's around her wrist. There you see Kenneka with the white fingernails. And then there you see Kenneka, whose hair is covering part of her breast right there. And her breast is hanging down right here, as you can see. So the breast, the bra is not covering the whole cleavage of the breast, but it's hanging down at the tip, as you can see right there. Y'all see that, right? Okay, look at it again. See that? The breast, the bra is hanging down. So Kenneka's breast is not hanging out. Kenneka's breast is hanging down. You see that? You see that, right? Okay, so look at that, because that's going to be so significant in what I'm about to show you next, peoples. Okay, and then there is Kenneka Jenkins right there. There you can see right under her neck, there's the two little lines that always demonstrate Kenneka Jenkins, because Kenneka always had those two little lines under her neck. And Kenneka all the time is perking up her lips, and Kenneka all the time has the part right in the center of her head. And then you can see the profile of Kenneka's head in the back in the mirror right there. And there's Kenneka Jenkins right there, peoples, in the flesh, in the bathroom with Monifa and Shemaya. And that was in the video. This is the real Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, right there. Okay, y'all see that, right? Now, I want you to notice something, peoples. Notice how thin Kenneka's face is right here. Y'all see that, right? Notice how thin it is. See that, right? Okay, so now when we look at that picture versus the picture of her in the freezer, look how bloated her face has gotten. Look how swollen her face has gotten. See that? Look how swollen her lips is and stuff. And look. See that? Look at it, peoples. Because there she is right there. That's Kenneka Jenkins right there, peoples. Of what she was looking at in the bathroom and what she's looking like in the freezer. See that? See how swollen she got? And so she transformed from this to this to this. And look at it. They took off her wig and stuff. Now the bruising around her eyes and everything is so pronounced now. See that? Around her eyes, around her lower eye, around her eye right here, around her eye right there. And then look at the scar around her lips. And then you can see the bruising up on her forehead and on the side right here and up right here. This girl was beaten. She was beaten. Clearly see that. There it is right there, people. It's in your face. So how do you go from looking like this to like this to like this, and then all of a sudden you come out the gurney and you're looking like this and you're decomposed? How? And you say, oh, well, no, that's a video and stuff. People's look. Don't be stupid. I took the video straight from Leave No Witness, and I did a screenshot of it. And even in the video, from the distance from where the camera was, you can clearly see the girl's face was decomposed. It was all bloated. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that and figure that out, peoples. Nobody distorted the camera or anything, because we clearly see the officers walk out of there. We clearly see them take the body out of there. We clearly see him uncover open up the bag and lift her head up and stuff and lay it back down, the thing under her neck, so her head can be elevated and things. And then you heard what Teresa Martin and Lenora Harris has said. We did not see her full body. The only thing that we seen from was the head on down. We did not see her neck. People, that is unusual for any funeral home to have any cover tucked up all the way to the neck. Why the neck was covered right here in this photo? And then you have to ask yourself the question, why is the neck covered in this photo with the hair? So what? She's just going to lay down and she's going to sprinkle hair all over her head and cover her neck like that, peoples? Really? Think about that for one moment. And then here at right here, why did they cover her neck? I tell you why. Because it was just like what TM had said. My daughter did not die in a manner to which you guys thought. She did not die under hypothermia. She died because she was strangled. She was strangled to death. That's why TM did not want to tell you what happened to Kenneka. She did not want to tell you what happened to Kenneka because she knew what happened to Kenneka. Kenneka was strangled. She was strangled. Clear as daylight. She was strangled, and TM did not want the public to know, because if they did, they would have found out, peoples, that it was a murder. Kenneka was murdered. It wasn't no accident. If all of you people think that this girl lay in a freezer on her own accountance, then what you're saying is Kenneka caused her own death. And if you believe that Kenneka caused her own death, then guess what? You are stupid. You stupid. Nobody else is stupid but you. You're stupid. All of the evidence is in your goddamn face. Open up your eyes and see. I don't fucking care about any other thing in this goddamn case. Explain to Edward Joseph and all of the people how in the fuck could this girl have walked into a goddamn freezer and put the hair around her face like that and put her hand under her chin like that? Why in the fuck would they keep the covers all the way up to her neck? And why did they keep the covers up to her neck at the Crown Plaza in the kitchen? Peoples, look at all three pictures. And it doesn't matter what your philosophical views may be, you have to agree with one thing. Everything is covering her neck. And the only picture that is exposing her neck is this right here. It's right there. It's the only picture out of this whole entire Kenneka Jenkins case file that you ever see her neck exposed. And there it is right there, while she was alive and not while she's dead. So if she can show her neck in a picture that she's taken with her friends, why isn't it that the people can't show her neck while she's deceased? Help me to make that make sense, peoples. See, I don't care what your philosophical views is, because see, that ain't answering my question. I just need you to answer my question. How did Kenneka Jenkins get into the freezer? Well, when they originally told you that she was found in the dock area, but then they changed it to the freezer. And now we got this fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious girl who was supposed to be walking herself to the freezer. So, peoples, why do we see the video of her just walking to the freezer and not walking in the freezer? Where's the other video footage? Where is the video footage of Kenneka walking herself in the freezer? You never seen it. You never seen it. You never seen it. So if you never seen it, why in the fuck are you guys believing it? Help me to make that make sense. And then if TM was as straight up of a character and stuff, well, why did she go ahead and close the case to where the people couldn't find out what happened to Kenneka? Because she knew it was a murder and not a accident. So y'all up here saying that, oh, well, Kenneka was a prostitute, Kenneka was this, Kenneka was that. Well, Kenneka was young and she was charismatic and she was vivacious and, you know, she was out there. She's a hoe and she knows she was a hoe. How do you know? Because Edward Joseph told you so. She was a hoe, just like Monifa, Shemaiah, and Bree. Round, probably selling their kitty or giving up their kitty. Other guys wanted the kitty, but they couldn't give it because she wouldn't give it to them. You know? Yeah, her friends even told you themselves that Kenneka would dip off for hours and then come back. That wasn't uncommon. Kenneka was young. So when you people want to sit around here and say Kenneka only gave it up to Rico, that's bullshit. Y'all hold on. All right, people. So for all of you people who just think that Kenneka only gave it up to Rico, you stupid. You heard Lenora say, "Oh, well, my sister only had two boyfriends, and even tampons hurts her." Well, if tampons hurt her, well, we already know that Rico, got a baby. Kenneka was pregnant, so how could tampons hurt Kenneka? And she was pregnant at one point. See, you guys listen to all of this madness, and then you guys want to spread out all of this madness and stuff. But if you ever paid attention to what really happened, then you wouldn't be believing this bullshit. If tampons hurt Kenneka, then she wouldn't be having sex, right? If tampons hurt Kenneka, then she wouldn't have wanted to have a baby. She was having a baby. We've seen pictures of Kenneka being pregnant. Kenneka lost the baby. But if she was going to have that baby full term, peoples, the baby probably would have either she would have had a cesarean section or the baby would have had to come out that pee. And if the baby would have come out that pee, guess what? If tampons hurted her, a big baby's head coming out that pee would have killed her. So a little old tiny tampon hurting her and a big baby's head coming out of her. I mean, come on, peoples. What the fuck are you telling, Lenore? What the fuck are you saying? What was your sister down there selling her cat, and you guys didn't want the people to know about that? Y'all tried to put Kenneka and hold her in high regard. Kenneka was just like a freak like all of the other girls, just like her mama. Can you do a split on a dick? Shit. How the fuck you think you got here? Ah! All right, you don't believe me? Let me show you, peoples. Can you do a split on a dick? How the fuck do you think you got here? All right, take it away, Kenneka and TM. Tell them, how do you do a split on a dick?
Can you do a split on a dick? Shit, how the hell you think you got here? Can you do a split on a dick? Shit, how the hell you think you got here? Can you do a split on a dick? Shit.
Now look at TM, and she's holding her head, and soon as Kenneka say, "Can you do a split on a dick?" Shit. Look at TM. Can you do a split on a dick? Shit. Can you do a split on a dick? Now I want you to notice something, peoples, in this video right here. Look at the recess in the tooth of Kenneka Jenkins right there. Clear as daylight. See the topper and look at the lower. See the spacing right there. The real Kenneka Jenkins has a spacing in her teeth, peoples. She has a spacing in her teeth. That's the real Kenneka. And that has never been corrected, peoples. See that? And you see Kenneka is wearing the dark shades and stuff. You see that, right? Okay. And then look at Kenneka's oval face, peoples. And look, Kenneka has glossy lips. Because why? Kenneka wear lip gloss. She's all the time wearing the lip gloss. So when you guys want to sit here and tell me that Kenneka had two different types of lip gloss and two different types of lip gloss was found into the freezer. Okay, so help me to make that make sense. Why would Kenneka want to wear two different types of lip gloss? And why was one of the lip gloss way up away from her body instead of being close to her body? Why is that, peoples? You do remember that it was two different types of lip gloss in the freezer. So do you think that Kenneka Jenkins would be the type of girl that would wear 2 types of lip gloss, peoples? Huh? Tell me that. What people will wear or bring 2 types of lip gloss? And why would Kenneka walk into a freezer and empty her pockets and spread all over the freezer 2 types of lip gloss if she walked herself in the freezer? See, people, stupid people just don't get it. And when you guys talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case, peoples, you guys still don't get it. You guys don't get it. Because the stupid stuff that you say, it don't make no sense. Now look at TM, peoples. She's got her hair in her head and stuff, and she said right here in the caption right here, it says, "Can you do a split on a dick?" Shit. How the hell you think you got here? There it is right there, peoples. Can you do a split on a dick? And she's supposed to be in the video with her mother doing splits on a dick. Now, will any of you be bold enough to say, can you do a split on a dick? Would you? How many of you would have your mama in the background and you saying, can you do a split on a dick? And then in a commentary on Uncensored, it says right here, Kenneka asking her own mother if she can do a split on a dick. And this was posted by Tracy Unicorn on May the 7th. There it is right there, peoples. And it was in the Kenneka Jenkins case discussion, uncensored and unbiased. Can you do a split on a dick? I mean, and then you guys want to tell me, what type of relationship did TM and Kenneka have? Well, can you do a split on a dick?
Shit. How the hell you think you got here?
And then she said, "Ah!" She said, "Ah!" She's loving it too. She's back there doing splits on a dick. And shit, how in the hell you think you got here? Huh? So if you can do a split on a dick with your mama in the background doing a split on a dick, well then you're something, peoples. It tells me a lot about you. You back there doing splits on the dick. You will never catch me saying to my mom, can I do a split on a D? And you will never see my mom doing splits on a D. Would you and your mama do splits on a D? So that tells me the lifestyle that TM and Kenneka had. So when you want to prep it up as Kenneka and being this so-called innocent little child that never did anything and whatnot, well, okay. They showed you, can you do a split on a dick? Shit. How in the hell you think you got here? Huh? So I'm saying this to say, peoples, and I'm not trying to paint a bad picture of Kenneka and TM because they're ghetto, they're from the hood. You know, that's how they get down. That's how they get down. Okay, that's fine. You know, it doesn't ruffle my feathers one bit and stuff. But I mean, if they want to do splits on the dick, well then, by golly, they can do splits on the dick. That's their prerogative. You know, I'm just only outside looking in, and I'm only talking about what I can talk about because that's what they did. If they didn't want the people to know that they do splits on the dick, they wouldn't have never made the video. But by you going live and making a video, can you do a split on the dick? You already know that the people is going to talk about it. So if you don't want the people to talk about it, don't come live making a video talking about doing a split on a dick. And if you don't talk about it, we ain't got nothing to talk about. Okay? So now, peoples, I'm back at how did Kenneka get into the freezer? I've shown you, peoples, unequivocally and undeniably, Kenneka had a recessed tooth in her mouth. You've seen it, right? You've seen it. That was Kenneka Jenkins with her mother, TM, or guardian, or whatever the case you may want to say, you know, and all like that and stuff. Well, you know, again, if you don't like me saying that that's not her mother, well then, hey, show me baby pictures, not a baby picture, but show me babies pictures. Show me more than one little picture that's been circling around. Kenneka was supposed to be with TM. I can show you baby pictures after baby pictures after baby pictures of me and my children. I've shown you a video of my son saying da 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 da, and he was crawling up on my leg, and he threw his bottle down. Mr. Micah Julius. I'm showing you my daughter's baby picture. You know, I have pictures of my oldest son, but he don't want me to show his pictures. So I said, okay, I can respect that. But I have 3 kids, peoples. I have 3 kids. And so when the suckers wants to go ahead and spread all of this salacious madness about Edward Joseph, well then help me to make this make sense. How did I raise three beautiful children? How peoples? You know? So see, you can sit back and you can throw salacious jabs and stuff at people, but at the end of the day, you gotta help me to make it make sense, peoples. And I'm only just trying to make it make sense. So if Kenneka did not walk herself in that freezer and she was carried, well then what is that telling you? It's telling you it was a murder. And if it was a murder, you guys have to agree with me that it was a murder. And if it was a murder, which we all agreed that it was a murder, well then again, how could TM sit up here and go with this notion that her daughter walked herself in the freezer? That's bullshit. She did it for the money. Because if TM ever had any balls, she would have told you what really happened to Kenneka. She told you, she tried to tell you. She said, my baby didn't die in the manner to which y'all think. So she was telling you that Kenneka did not die of hypothermia. Kenneka was murdered. She was murdered. And them bastards, as she said, helped kill my child. TM was telling you peoples forever and a day that them bastards killed my child. That's what she said. She said them bastards killed my child. Again, peoples, again, and again. You cannot come up with accident if Kenneka never put herself in the freezer. So if she didn't put herself in the freezer, well, then you have to acknowledge that TM has to acknowledge that it wasn't no accident, it was murder. Because the thing is, peoples, and anybody with some goddamn sense will understand this. If the girl died and it was an accident, well, then they should have called the authorities and had the authorities come down and tell them, hey, this girl died of an accident. But instead, they go ahead and they prance this girl around playing like she was drunk in an establishment to try to make it seem like this girl walked on her own accordness. Because let me tell you some people, if you guys believe that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment and walked herself back there into that freezer, you stupid. You are just plain goddamn stupid. I mean, just stupid. You know? You're stupid. Because you're literally saying that Kenneka did this to herself. When honesty, Jenna, to you, when honesty, Jenna, to you, and who else chimed out? That's it. Honesty, Jenna, to you, and who else? Somebody has chimed out. Oh, Tony G. Tony G had told you she was carried. So if she was carried, it means that one of two things: either she was dead or she was placed in there alive and she died. And if she was placed in there alive and she died, well, then the question is, that's murder. I mean, the answer is that's murder, peoples. There ain't no question about it. That's murder. You place somebody in the freezer and they're still alive and they subsequently die. That's murder. If she was placed in the freezer and she was already dead, well, then the question is, how did she die? Well, we can already assume how she died because they never showed the neck of her. So one can assume that she got strangled. They strangled her. That's why they didn't show the neck. That's why TM did not want this information to come out. That's why she closed the goddamn case. Because she didn't want you to know it was a murder. And just because these fucking people went to court don't mean a goddamn thing. Because when your own president sits around here and say, I can touch a woman's pee and get away with it and still become president, what do you think is happening in this case? Kill me with that goddamn shit that they went to court and none of that shit went out to court and all. It would have came to peoples. They do it all the effing time. You don't think that these judges can be paid off? You don't think that these attorneys can be paid off? Look what's happening now. They're lying when they said that they couldn't get this man back from El Salvador. He is down there and he's committed to their prison. And that this man is supposed to be MS-13 or some gang member or something. But they even acknowledge that they made a mistake. This man ain't got no criminal history. And they're just trying to lie and say that he's some type of gang member. I mean, come on, peoples. And they're lying to the court. They're in court, but they're lying to the court. And so the judge is about to hold the T administration into contempt. Yeah, I gotta hold on for a minute. I'm getting a Charlie horse. I've been sitting and I've been walking, and now my legs is tightened up. I got to go to the car and get the little the gun so I can start pulverizing my leg. Yeah, my legs is tightened up, people. So I can't really sit down now because shit. Whoo, when you start to get that into your hamstring, oh my God, people, that shit hurt like hell. And so it's tightening up. So, but let me get to your comments. I got to go out to my car and get this gun. So I'm gonna show a little bit of this live just for about 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, then I'll be back. But it ain't no sense in trying to massage my leg and have you guys listen to all of that stuff and things. But I'm gonna run through these comments real quick because I see the people had commented. So let me go ahead and let me give a shout out. Hello, Mildred Wilkins. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mildred Wilkins says, hello, everyone. Be blessed. And people, you know, I have a special love for Mildred Wilkins and stuff because she's one of my spiritual partners. I love it when the people come to the live and to bless the people. You know, I really do. I love that. When you can come to the house and you bless the people, I really do. I love that so much. And I love it every time Mildred Wilkins comes in and she blesses the house. It's the same thing she says, you know, and I love that. I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart because that it really makes it so special when you can come to the house and bless the house and bless the people. All right, me standing up. Okay, it's subsided some, so hopefully I can sit down again. Let me see. I ain't gonna try to do nothing to agitate it, but yeah, okay, subsided down some. So I think I'll be good for a moment, as long as I don't get into a position to where I'm stretching my leg and stuff. So it's subsided some. So Jenny to you says greetings, Mildred. Little Bo Peep says hello at Tony G. And Honesty had said hello, Mildred. And Little Bo Peep says blessings, Miss Mildred. And then Mariah Lavender says hello, Mildred. And then Mildred Wilkins says yes, she was. And Mariah Lavender had said exactly. Little Bo Peep said wouldn't had to explain who carried her from where. Well, that is the question. That is the question, Little Bo Peep. Who carried her? And the only one that we've seen carrying a person who had on the same attire as Kenneka was Carl Nesbitt. I mean, that is clear as day, and that's on video footage, people. Carl Nesbitt. Carl Nesbitt was the one who carried Kenneka. So when you guys want to say that Franz Cave and all of these people killed Kenneka, well then, was that Kenneka? Because this guy literally carried her. The gentleman who I had shown you in the photos earlier. And I told you the one who carried Kenneka was the one who killed Kenneka. So let me show you again, people. So let me show you the guy who had carried Kenneka, the one who was in the lobby. There he is right there. Carl Nesbitt. There he is right there, peoples. And so look at the time to when he came. He came at 10/11/2016 on 9/8. Now you say And if you heard what I said, you've already heard what I said. I said the one who carried Kenneka. So now you're saying, well, if he was there on the 8th of September, how could he have carried Kenneka? Well, that's a good question, peoples. That is a very good question. And so my response is that, was it Kenneka Jenkins or was it Kenneka Martin? Bingo to the bingo. Now that brings me to another part of my life, because now you guys thinking that Kenneka Jenkins was alive. You guys thinking that Kenneka Jenkins was alive on the 9th. And this person was here on the 8th. Well, now you got to ask the question. Well, then if Kenneka was there on the 9th and he carried her on the 9th, well, where's the surveillance video footage of him carrying Kenneka on the 9th? Where is it? Well, now it really opens up a can of worms, peoples. Because see, the thing is simply this. We got video footage of this man being here on September the 8th. We don't have video footage of him being there on the 9th. Do you see what I'm saying? He was there on the 8th. But we don't have video footage of him being there on the 9th. And so if we don't have video footage of him being there on the 9th, well then, do we have video footage of him being there on the 7th? So, did he carry her on the 7th and then come back on the 8th? Or was it Kenneka Jenkins that he carried? That's the question. That's the question I'm asking you guys. Because see, the thing is, one or two things had to happen. He either there was on the 7th and then came back up on the 8th, or he was there on the 8th and all of this was supposed to happen to Kenneka on the 9th. Well, if that be the case, well then the thing of her walking into the freezer couldn't have happened if he carried Kenneka. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because see, the thing is, where's the video footage? And at what time could he have carried Kenneka if she was walking the halls of that establishment? Peoples, let me show you something here. Let me show you something here, because now I'm getting ready to make you really look and think upon something here, because again, you continue to keep wanting to go with this surveillance video footage and stuff, but you're not answering the questions because you clearly see this right here. So one or two things had to happen, peoples. And the only time that we see this man on video surveillance footage is on the 8th. But it was late at night on the 8th. And so the thing is, and you only have one or two choices, peoples. Either he was there the day before, and if he was the day after, well then where is the video footage? Because it ain't no question that he's there. It ain't no question that he's there, peoples. He's there. You clearly see him on video footage. But see, the thing is, if you want to reference Kenneka being at the establishment on a night, well, then you got to say that this man was there on a night and he had carried her at some point in time after she was supposed to have roamed the halls of that establishment. Well, if that be the case, well, then where's the video footage? And how could this girl be decomposed if this man carried her a night before she was supposed to have been found? It doesn't make no sense. And so there's another part that you need to explain, peoples. And nobody is trying to explain that because again, peoples, we see the man on video footage, but nobody can explain why he is there. And this fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious timeline that you guys are given of the supposed Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment, where does he come in? Where does he come in, peoples? Because look, right here. There it is. There you see the silhouette of the young lady who had on the same attire as Kenneka. And there he is. And there's the little pendant that he was wearing. And it says black hoodie number 1, which is the guy, and a black hoodie number 2, which was holding her head, and Kenneka is being carried, because there it is right there. You see the silhouette of her in the same attire, or same, may not be, it's in the same attire right here. So was it Kenneka Jenkins or was it Kenneka Martin? Or if it's not Kenneka Jenkins or Kenneka Martin, then it had to be a girl who played Kenneka. So you gotta choose one of the other, peoples. But there he is right there. There's the man right there. The one who was in the black hoodie, the older guy, Carl Nesbitt. And then I had another picture. So, and this was caught on surveillance video footage, peoples. So if she is caught, he's caught and carrying a young lady, well then who was it? Was it Kenneka Jenkins? Was it Kenneka Martin? Who was it? Peoples. Who was it that this man was carrying? Because he was carrying somebody. And as you see, the silhouette had on the same type of attire that Kenneka was wearing. So who was it carrying? There he is right there. In the front lobby. And then they're saying here at 107. But it's video surveillance footage because you can clearly see him right here. And you see the red line. So this was a screenshot of the video footage. So where's Treygate that's supposed to have all of the video footage? The man was there. There's the gray line. He's there. He's in the establishment. But see, what they did was they cut off the time. All we make out is 2017, but we don't know what the rest of the date is. But they're saying that it's 107. So 107 on what day? They cut out the date. Why did they cut out the date, peoples? And then they asked the question, Kenneka Jenkins, why was he there? Well, they had said that it was at 107. But if we go and look at the other picture, peoples, we can clearly see that this man, and that's dated. That's dated. And it's dated right here, clear as daylight. It says that he was there on 9/8 at 10:11. So if he was there at 107, according to the other picture, and this one is saying that he's there at 10:11, well, what day was he there? What day was he there? He's been there for a significant amount of time, peoples. So could it be from the 7th leading into the 8th? Because it certainly wasn't the 8th leading into the 9th, because we don't see no video footage of him at the establishment at any point in time on the 9th. And remember, Trey Gay, Casey Cloyd, Overa Sanchez Medina, and all of these other people who have the video footage, they would have pointed him out. Why Trey Gay ain't never pointed him out? Why Trey Gay ain't never seen him on video surveillance footage and talked about him? You never heard Trey Gay talk about this man, but yet he has all the original video footage as he proclaimed. So if that be the case, why isn't he talking about this man? There he is right there, peoples. There he is right there. And they gave 2 different times. This is at 10:11 and this is at 107. So how long was this man there? So let's put this in perspective. Let's put this in perspective. If he was there at 107, so 107 from the 7th leading into the 8th, which is he's still there and caught on surveillance video footage at 10:11 at night. Why did they cut out the date? There he is right there. There he is right there. Bald head, round head, round head. That's Carl Nesbitt, peoples. And he is the one who works for Bill Murray in the Caddyshack. Same eyes, same head, same type of look. This is Tanasia and T.Y.'s father. Look at the same build, same husky shoulders, same short neck, same round head. He's just got a thing on his head. And the same eyes and the same look. Look at that head. Look at the eyes. Look at the nose. Same profile, peoples. Carl Nesbitt. So you gotta ask the question, peoples. Why was this guy there in the first place? And why is it that every video or screenshot that we see, the time is cut out? But in this, they couldn't cut it out, because at the end of the day, from the original video footage, the time is always embedded in the video footage, which is this right here, as you can clearly see. And there he is right there, peoples. Clear as daylight. So why was he there in the first place? and we got him on the 8th, but where is the video footage of him on the 9th? Where's the video footage of him on the 7th? Where? Well, again, people, they ain't going to show you that. And the reason why they're not going to show you that is because right here, carrying Kenneka. And I told you the one who carried Kenneka was the one who KD'd Kenneka. Now, peoples, how is it, peoples, that how is it that and what are the odds of a person wearing the same type of attire as Kenneka being in the hands of a man in a black hoodie? What is the odds of that? How many people came in a tapered jean set like Kenneka? How many people came down there like that? How many people came down there like that? And what are the odds of a person being carried? Which, as we can see here, peoples, being carried. So the question becomes, peoples, was that Kenneka Jenkins? Or was that Kenneka Martin? Or was that one of the girls who played Kenneka in The Establishment? It's somebody, peoples. So it's somebody. So you got to ask the question. I mean, who is it? Who is it, peoples? What was it, Kenneka Jenkins? Was it Kenneka Martin? Or was it some girl who played Kenneka? Because, see, set aside from all of the other stuff that the people are talking about, we're going to go over here and get a burrito. We're not going to go way down there. We just go around the corner. So hold out for a moment, and I'll get up and go get a burrito. So help me to make this make sense, people, because, see, the thing is, you can give your narrative, but you got to explain that of what I'm showing you. He was there. He was there, and he was there at the establishment. The proof is in the pudding right there. So explain that. What are the odds of a girl wearing the same type of attire as Kenneka being carried? How many people that's going to go to the Crown Plaza and wear the same type of attire as Kenneka and be in the arms of this man who has on a black hoodie and who is walking the halls of that establishment? What are the odds of that, peoples? What are the odds of that, peoples? You didn't see the beverage manager carrying a girl in a silhouette like Kenneka. You didn't see France Cave carrying a girl with the silhouette like Kenneka. You didn't see the maintenance guy carrying a girl with the same silhouette like Kenneka. But you saw this man carrying a girl with the same silhouette as Kenneka. So, again, let me ask you the question, peoples. What are the odds of someone who is in the same silhouette as Kenneka being carried? Answer that question. So since you want to implicate all of these people, since you want to implicate the kids that's supposed to have KD Kenneka, since you want to implicate the beverage manager, the security officer, the maintenance guy, well, then help me to make it make sense. Who could it be in the same silhouette as what Kenneka has been wearing and she's being carried? Who could it be? What are the odds of someone coming to the Crown Plaza Hotel being carried in the same type of silhouette outfit that Kenneka Jenkins was wearing? What are the odds? So the question is, if it wasn't Kenneka, was it Kenneka Martin? Or was it a girl who played Kenneka? Was it Balls? Who was it? It was somebody, because somebody has the same silhouette as Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. So who was it? Who was it? You seen the man at the establishment. He's there. So why is it that the people just absolutely, unequivocally, and undeniably refuse to show the timestamp of when this man was there on any other pictures other than the picture that I've shown you? They had to show that because that was embedded in the original video footage that you could not change. So if they're going to get a clip of him, they get a clip of the original video footage with the original timestamp in it. You can't change that. You can't change it. There it is right there, peoples. I said, there it is right there, peoples. It is in your face. The clip of the guy in the hall on the video with the original video footage timestamp embedded in the original video. And the player has his own timestamp. That's why you see two timestamps, people. Because the original video footage will always have the timestamp embedded in it. Embedded in it. It cannot be changed. It's a part of the record of the video. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. So when they took a screenshot of this and they showed the man actually at the Crown Plaza, well, then they got him there at the time to when he was actually there, peoples. This man going around carrying a girl who has the same silhouette as Kenneka. Why isn't it that they never show any other video footage of this man when we're clearly seeing him there at the establishment, peoples? Why is that? Why is that, peoples? I mean, come on now. God damn it. The video evidence doesn't lie, peoples. So if it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, then who in the fuck was it? Because what are the chances of Kenneka being in the arms of him? And what are the chances of somebody who has the same type of silhouette as Kenneka being in the arms of him? So if it wasn't Kenneka, then who was it? Was it Kenneka Martin? Or was it a girl who played Kenneka? And the thing was, if it wasn't Kenneka, well, then you got to help me to make this make sense, peoples. How the hell did this girl be decomposed on the gurney? How? I mean, if it wasn't Kenneka, and you guys told me that she was carried, and we seen this guy carrying a girl with the same silhouette as Kenneka, well, then, goddamn it, who in the fuck was it? If it wasn't Kenneka, who in the fuck was it? Who was it? And where is the video footage? You never seen it. You never seen it. And the reason why you never seen it is what Tiffany had told you from the beginning. That they found Kenneka in the dock area. But now you got to ask the question, what Kenneka? Because Kenneka can't be omnipresent peoples. So did they kill Kenneka in the dock area and then this guy go back there, pick up a dead body and then go take it to the freezer? When then they could have just took her in a cart and just rode her to the freezer? I mean, think about that for a moment. If the girl is dead, you think that this man is going to go back there, pick up a dead body and go and walk her to the freezer? This man had power for him to walk around with a girl in his arms inside the establishment. That's power. That is power, peoples. That is power. If this man never had her in his arms and not be caught on surveillance video footage, well then we will have to look at something else. But the man is caught on video surveillance footage. We clearly see him there. We clearly see him with someone in the same silhouette as Kenneka in his arms. So if it wasn't Kenneka, then who in the fuck was it? And what are the chances of Kenneka having or other people having the same silhouette or the same type of silhouette as Kenneka? Well, that be the case, well, then it's just like I explained. Several girls played Kenneka. So several girls played Kenneka. Who was in this man's arms if it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins? And why do we have a decomposed picture if it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins? Explain that to me, peoples. You know, y'all some Einsteins, y'all some jack of all trades. Y'all from London Fog and stuff, you know, y'all know because you know. Well, if you know, well, then help me to explain that because the evidence is in your face. Help me to explain that. See, you want to go by timestamps, but what the fuck is the timestamps telling Edward Joseph? When I am showing you this man was there. And this man has a girl in his arms with the same silhouette as Kenneka Jenkins. What are the odds of that being someone else other than Kenneka? And if it was somebody else other than Kenneka, who was it? And if it was somebody else other than Kenneka, would then help me to explain this people's again. Why is it that she is on the gurney decomposed? If it wasn't Kenneka. If this girl wasn't dead several days before this reenactment or this enactment, I should say. I got to stop calling it a reenactment because there wasn't no behind it. Because there's no evidence that this girl ever walked the halls of that establishment. It is no evidence of that. That's what you guys say. It's a figmentation of your imagination. It is what they told you and you ran with it. None of you can ever definitively show me a crystal clear cut video or picture of Kenneka Jenkins ever in the hallway. You can't show me that. And so just because you're telling me that doesn't make it law. Just because you are saying that doesn't make it law. And it doesn't make law for what I'm telling you, but how could you go against what I'm saying when you can't even prove or disprove what I'm saying? Because see, I got proof. I'm showing you because there it is in your face. And I asked the question, how many people would have the same silhouette as Kenneka and be in this man's arms? Because if it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, well, then you got to admit that it was somebody else who played Kenneka, because the man is at the Crown Plaza, as you can clearly see. He wasn't at the DoubleTree. He wasn't at the Marriott. He was at the Crown Plaza. And he had someone with the same silhouette as Kenneka in his arms. And as you guys stated, Kenneka was carried. He is the only one that we see in the establishment with the same silhouette as Kenneka, carrying someone with the same silhouette as Kenneka. So help me to make that make sense. You can't. You can't. You can talk your shit, but you can't prove and back up what you say. Peoples, I'm trying to teach you something. I'm trying to tell you something, because I know. And even on M Easy's channel, he had even gave reference to that what they had stated, peoples, right there, and it's in your face, clear as daylight. All you got to do is just read. It says the description of evidence being submitted, if it is not the original, please include a description of the original source, i.e. exported from digital video recorder. So it was stated, people, that the video came from the server at the Crown Plaza. That video was then transported to Target Forensics files. But why would they have to transpose it on the video footage when they can just took the video footage straight from the server and uploaded it to the Crown Plaza website? Why did they have to take it to Target? I mean, if it was a copy of a copy, well, then just post the original copy. Or they could have just hooked up the machine to where it just literally transposed directly from the server to the website. You can do it electronically. You didn't have to put it on no thumb drive. And if you put it on a thumb drive, you could have took the original video footage from the thumb drive, plugged it into the computer, and uploaded it to the website. Clear as goddamn daylight. But that didn't happen, peoples. It was taken down to the forensics place for what? For editing. Why did they have to edit anything? I mean, if it's just raw footage, just show the goddamn raw footage. That's all you had to do. 36 hours or more of raw footage. But see, that's the thing, people. See, that's where you need to understand. It was only 36 hours, but it was more than 36 hours of all of this happening. They only just gave you a day and a half of video footage, and they narrowed it down to 36 hours of madness. A day and a half of video footage. But there was more video footage that we'd never seen. That you never seen. Do you understand, people? See, when you talk about the 36 hours, that's embedded in your mind. You're thinking to yourself that it's just only 36 hours of video footage. People's is way more than 36 hours of video footage. That is all that they gave you. Because the power players was at that establishment, like this guy who got caught on video surveillance footage. They took it down, and they hope to God that you never, ever even seen it. So now I ask the question again, peoples. If it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins in that man's arms, what are the chances of someone with the same type of silhouette that she was wearing be in his arms and being carried? Help me to make that make sense. If it wasn't Kenneka, who was it? Who was it? You can't answer that question. Who was it? You can't answer the question. And so if you can't answer the question, well, then I already know you can't even answer this question right here. How, in God's name, peoples, how in God's name, peoples? See, there he is right there. How in God's name, peoples? Did this happen? Explain these 3 photos to me. That's all I need you to do. That's all I need you to do. I don't need you to explain nothing else but these 3 photos right here. And how did this happen? Explain it. Because I can go back and get the video footage that was shown, that Leave No Witness have shown, and you can clearly see the video footage wasn't tampered with, and you can clearly see that she's decomposed in that video. You can go back and watch this live. I talked about it. So if Kenneka wasn't decomposed, well, then she would be looking like this. She'll be looking like this and not looking like this. Oh, Edward Joseph, the camera was the distance from where she was laid. Well, you stupid, because the camera was a distance from the person in the hallway. Did you ever see a crystal clear shot of the person? And especially when she walked up past the camera? I mean, was her face so clear, peoples? You know, that's stupid. She was right up on the camera, and even walking into the kitchen, and even walking into the other hall. Let me show you, peoples. And as you can see, it was a different girl with a different face. Let me go back to the picture, peoples. Let me go back to the picture. I'm proving my point. See, I'm proving my point. Because here it is right here. Here it is right here. And I'm showing you, people. There it is right there. Did that look like Kenneka? And she was right up on the camera. Did that look like Kenneka? She was right up on the camera. Do that look like Kenneka? She was right up on the camera. I said, do that look like Kenneka? And she was right up on the camera. This is the hall picture, peoples. She right by the camera. I mean, do that look like Kenneka, peoples? And then this is a screenshot of the person. Here's a crystal clear picture of her. Of the person that was walking the halls. So do that silhouette look like this silhouette right here? Look like this silhouette right here? I mean, look at it, peoples. And this was taken right off the video. And that's a close-up shot of the person walking the halls of that establishment. This person walking the halls of that establishment coming in, y'all say it's Kenneka. This person walking the halls of the establishment, y'all say it's Kenneka. This person walking the halls of the establishment, y'all say it's Kenneka. So do that look like this person on the gurney right here, decomposed? Is that who's on the gurney right there? I mean, look at the eyes. Look at the eyes, peoples. Could this be her that's on the gurney? Look at that. Look at that. Look at the nose, peoples. Could this be this girl on the gurney and not Kenneka? And if this is not Kenneka, well then, goddamn it, where is Kenneka? Where's Kenneka? If this girl is this girl on the gurney, and this girl we know is Kenneka, Well, then, goddamn it, where is Kenneka? Did she get cremated? Because if we look at this, peoples, and we look at that nose and how big that nose is and how big that nose is that Kenneka, peoples? See, look at that profile. Look at the hair. See, the hair is going down on the side. The hair is going down on the side, and then if you look at the chest area, it is a black lined type of shirt. Well, I showed you in the other picture, Kenneka did not have a black lined shirt. This is a black line shirt. This is not hair. Hair doesn't go that way and then come down that way and intersect like that. You can see the hair on the side right here, and you can see the hair on the side right there. And you can clearly see right there, peoples, this person is wearing a line with a black thing on the shirt. So Kenneka did not walk into the establishment with anything like that, people, on. As you can see, clear as daylight. And the profile of the real Kenneka don't even look like this right here, peoples. Now, this is a screenshot of the person that walked into the halls of that establishment. Now look at the silhouette. Look at the silhouette. Look at the silhouette of here, right here. Look at that. Look at that picture right here. Let's bring this up right here, and then let's call up this other picture. And then let me ask you the question: what is the chances of this person, same silhouette, see that? Same blue jean outfit, or silhouette of a blue jean outfit, silhouette of a blue jean outfit. So if it wasn't Kenneka, then who was it? What was it, this person, or was it this person? You know, blue jean outfit, blue jean outfit, blue jean outfit. Who was it, peoples? See that? Blue jean outfit, blue jean outfit, blue jean outfit, and then this person right here. Blue jean outfit, and then this person, blue jean outfit. See that? Blue jean outfit, blue jean outfit, blue jean outfit, blue jean outfit. So if that wasn't Kenneka, well then damn it, who is it? What was it? One of these girls or guy? It was somebody, people. I mean, the evidence is right there. What are the chances of a person in the same silhouette? And that's why I say silhouette, because it is a blue jean outfit that you can clearly see right here, right here. The same type of cuts in the pants and stuff. It's the same type of cuts right here. The same type of patches and stuff is the same type of patches right here. Right here. On the shoulder, on the shoulder. Same type of cuts on the pants. Right. Oh God, why come I keep twisting this thing? Right here is right here. So if it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, well, God damn it, who was the person in this man's arms? Who was it? If it wasn't Kenneka. If it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, God damn it, who was in his arms? Who had on the same silhouette as Kenneka? And it's these girls or this guy girl or whatever the fuck. Is it Kenneka? Do they look like Kenneka? And peoples, look at the silhouette of that nose right there. And look at that nose. Look at that nose and look at that nose on this person. Look at that nose. It's even pronounced right here. Look at that nose right there. So pronounced. Is this the girl on the gurney? Is it, peoples? So if it wasn't Kenneka, was it this girl? Because if we look at it, peoples, that nose, look at that nose. Look at that forehead. Then look at the eyes. So we know this wasn't Kenneka Jenkins right here, but could this be the girl on the gurney? And if it is, peoples, then my question is simply this. Where is Kenneka? Where's Kenneka? Where's this girl down here? Where is she? Because if that's not her on that gurney, then goddamn it, where is Kenneka? Did she really get cremated like the people say? That is a striking resemblance, peoples. So if this girl right here is the one on that gurney, well then, where is Kenneka? Because this picture right here, according to the mega data, peoples, was taken on the 7th and not the 10th and not the 9th. This picture right here was taken on September the 7th. So if that picture of this person right here, because if we look at that and we look at that nose, we look at that nose and we look at that nose and we look at the eyes. If this girl is the one decomposed on that gurney, well then my question is, again, where's Kenneka Jenkins? She couldn't have made it to the medical examiner's office to be autopsied. Couldn't have happened, people. Couldn't have happened. Absolutely couldn't have happened. Absolutely could not have happened. And if it was what they said that she got cremated, well then there you go with the bingo moment right there. Now we just saw the murder of the girl who was on the gurney. If that's not Kenneka, because see the thing is, people, if you can explain these two pictures looking like this, and she's coming out of the freezer right here and looking like this, and this is not her, well then that explains a lot. Because it ain't no way that she can come out the freezer looking like this and then come at a funeral home looking like this. You're not going to go decompose and then your body is going to come back and start looking like nothing even happened. No, that doesn't work, people. It doesn't happen that way. And if you look at this picture and you look at that nose and that nose, and the silhouette of the eyes. Could this be the girl on the gurney? And if it is the girl on the gurney, then it had to be true that Kenneka was cremated, because we never see no more of Kenneka after this right here. So that's up for you to decide, people. So I'm not saying that this is Kenneka. I'm saying if it is, then these motherfuckers lied big time. And they pulled the greatest okie doke that ever, the greatest Houdini trick that ever man lay eyes upon. I know what I'm talking about, peoples. I had to come and I had to showcase my talents, and I had to come and show the people, because I still got non-believers, which is okay. That's good. But even when you non-believe, I need you to explain to me what you can't even do. But I'm showing you my receipts. I'm showing you. The only thing you can do is show me excerpts of little videos, but I am going in depth and I am showing you, and I'm doing the comparisons and I'm doing the silhouettes of things. So if this wasn't Kenneka, but then who in the fuck was this girl? Who is she? People's no other YouTuber has ever did what I'm doing right now. And they can't. And I tell you why they can't, because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And so if they do go back and they do this, they got it from here. And even still, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You ain't never seen this like I'm doing now on nobody else's channel. Trey Gay tried to do it because he saw what I was doing, but the sucker don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Because see, Trey Gay ain't nothing but a puppet. He mimics. And then he tries to go talk about it and tries to put it in his own words and put a spin up on it. But see, people's, I am the original. I am the authentic. I can go even deeper with this and show you guys some shit. See, I'm just only scratching the surface, peoples. I haven't even begun yet. But I had to prove to my naysayers, so people who consistently keep whispering in my ear, this, and this, when I am telling you, peoples, you got it all wrong. If you can't come to my live and explain to me that of what you're saying, well, then you don't need to be saying nothing to me, because again, I'm showing you my receipts. I'm showing you the proof right here. It's in your face. How can you not see this? How can you not see it? The evidence is in your face. Peoples, you want to know the real timestamp? I've shown you the real timestamp. There's the real timestamp right there. It's no question about it. So if they don't have, and where's that picture? Is it back here? Because it keeps showing me something. So not that one. I think it's this right here. Not that one. Keeps bringing me back to so I'm trying to get that picture, because I'm that picture right there. Show me that picture, and it's up on the screen somewhere. So let me take that down. 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 Now let me go back to that picture. And it says right here. So is this the picture? Okay, I want to get back to that picture. So that picture is somewhere on here. There it is right there. Okay, so it's hidden. There it is right there. Okay. Now look, people. There he is right there. Bingo to the bingo, to the bingo, to the bingo, to the bingo, to the bingo. There it is right there. It's in your face, peoples. There is the evidence right there, and it's in your face, peoples. Y'all see that? And the original timestamp, if anybody wants to know the original timestamp of the videos, it is always going to be the timestamp that is embedded in the video right here. And not this fictitious bullshit over here, because this is only just a playback player timestamp. So when you want to talk about timestamps on the video footage, if the timestamp is not stamped like this with the original video footage on here, then you don't have the original video footage. Okay? All right, peoples? Every surveillance video footage, you can watch any channel. You can watch news channels. You can watch channels that's at Walmart and all of these other places. When these people are going in and stealing stuff from their stores and stuff, you will always see the time stamp, the date and the time, always shown on the video. You will always see that. If you don't see this, it ain't the original video footage, peoples. So did I just educate you guys up on something, peoples? Did I really just educate you guys up on something? And I'm gonna go further, and I'm gonna show you some clips of other video surveillance footage, and they will show you the date and time embedded in the video, which, as you can see here, this is the original video footage. Do not let no other person tell you otherwise. Casey Cloy Olvera Sanchez Medina tries to tell you this is the original. This is not the original. This is the player's video timestamp. This is the original because it is embedded into the video. Okay, peoples? So now you understand why, when you're playing back these videos, if you do not see this, it's not authentic. It is a copy of the original without the original timestamp on it, peoples. Because this would have this up on every video in that establishment. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I will prove to you, because I will go with the makers of this. I think it's Viratech or something. Vivatech, Vivatech. If any video footage that you see in the halls, this girl walking the halls or anybody in there, and they don't have this original video footage right here, the timestamp is not original. It is a copy of the original. Okay? So when you guys want to talk about timestamps, look at the original timestamp and what that says on there. Okay? All of this other stuff, it ain't the original. I hope I had educated you guys up on something. I hope you guys have learned something. Peoples, I've been doing this shit for over 20 years. I don't want to go and expose every goddamn thing that I know, because you got suckers like Trey Gay that goes and watch your channel. Now that he wants to go and make lives about everything that you talked about. That's why I don't tell you guys everything. But I'll let you guys sit back and talk your shit and thinking that you know something, and then I just come back and slap you in the face with something different and show you what you were saying was wrong. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And it's just that simple. Because if you knew what the fuck you was talking about, your bold ass would get on my live and debunk Edward Joseph. But you suckers can't. You can't. Little Bo Peep said, then what happened and why? The Bo Peep said TL was okay with the fact that she wasn't coming back. She said that herself. If she's okay and go on, her sister shouldn't cry if she wasn't. The earliest is the truth, just like the news gave. The player is what you can edit and do otherwise with, but the earliest is what they use to work with. Oh, God. Hello? Hey. Yeah, I'm getting ready to come up and so I can take my son while I'm out and take my son to go get him a burrito as well. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Micah, go on and get yourself ready so we can go get a burrito. And then Little Bo Peep says original. The Little Bo Peep said the enactment for the reenactment. Right. It you can't call it a reenactment because it was nothing about it. It was nothing about it. It was an enactment. Little Bo Peep said, I hope I spelt that right. And said, right, Mr. Edwards. And then Tony G had says, hello, Little Bo Peep. Little Bo Peep and says, hello, Tony. Tony G had says, greetings, Gina, to you to be. Little Bo Peep said, I kind of need to ask one of you ladies why my wife's name is highlighted, but I'm not seeing you ladies. Because you're probably in, everybody is not in the same, watching on the same channel. A lot of people is watching on my backup channels. Gina, to you had said, not sure why you're saying 82, but everybody's name is on here. So if you guys go to my main channel, the one what you see with the photo that I'm talking from, then you guys will be on my main channel. But if you're watching for any other channel, you'll be on my backup channel. You may not see all of the commentary from everybody. Lil Bo Peep said there's a gray box around her name. If you see this around yours, please let us know. Gina to you had said, not on my end. There's no gray box around 82's name. I have her contact you when I get to her tomorrow. And then said, thank you. 82. Gina to you said, you're welcome, 82. And hello, Brazy Certified World Media. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Brazy Certified World Media has gave a thumbs up, and that is West 290 in Chicago, peoples. And then Gina to you, Tobias said, greetings, Brazy. And then Brazy said, so the live is the live videos Irene and TY hat. I don't understand what you meant by that. And Brazy says, hey, Gina to you. Hello, Mr. Gary McCrae. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Gary McCrae said, but Miss Teresa said that she was settling with everybody BS. But I think that tombstone should have been already installed when she passed. Something is not cool, y'all. And that's exactly what I said, Mr. Gary McCrae. That's why I was like, I can't believe that this woman will wait 7 goddamn years to put a tombstone on a gravesite. And you don't put it on there. She had the money. Don't tell me she didn't have the money. She got paid. She got paid before she really got paid. So she had the money. But you know, and you guys can't speak for her and what her ulterior motive is as to why now she just wants to put a tombstone on there. But now I'm doing this live because I question who is in that grave. Who's in that grave? I don't believe Kenneka was in that grave. And I'm showing you why I believe that Kenneka is not in that grave. And so now I'm showing you my evidence and my proof. Now you ain't got to believe me. It doesn't matter. But go back and do your research and then come back and let's have a conversation on my live and then come back and debunk me. That's all. That's it. That's all. If you stand 10 toes down with what you believe, come back and have a conversation with me. That's it. Gina had said, I agree, Gary McCrae. It should have been put there. However, if she's not in a grave, why put one there? And that's exactly what I was just saying. It was like Gina was reading my mind. It was just exactly what I was saying, peoples. If she's not in the grave, why are you putting a tombstone on there? And then my question is, why now after all of this time? What is TM trying to put this to rest or what? If she's trying to say, okay, peoples, now you guys win. I'm tired of listening to all of this stuff. Let me go ahead and put it on there, spend a little money, and then you guys will be quiet. I'm not going to be quiet, peoples. I'm not going to be quiet. And that's why I needed to go down there and see for myself. Because, to be honest with you, I think it's bullshit. You guys may think that it's wonderful to commemorate Kenneka. Okay, yeah, it's well and good. But again, what I'm showing, I still got major questions, peoples. Now, I want this P. Rico brother to come to my live and tell me, you know, because he said, yeah, that was Kenneka in the casket. Well, come to my live, and then I want him to explain to me all of this other stuff that I was showing. So, P. Rico, if you're watching, come to my live and talk to me, brother, because I want to get your input up on some things. Gary McCrae had said, I never understood how Miss Teresa always saying visuals, but I've always said it's not about her, it's about Kenneka. Jenna to you said the same person that KD'd her. And then Gary McCrae has said, down. And then Gina to you said she was a product of her environment. And then Mariah has said, that's crazy. All right, so I covered everything that was in the chat. People, I'm going to have to go and get my son a burrito. So I'll be back in probably about 30 minutes. But what I want to do right now, I want to go ahead and recap upon a live that I did. I'll be back live in about 30 minutes. But I want to go and I want to play and finish or start off or somewhere with Kenneka never died upon the 6th. I'm always going to stand 10 toes down with what I say and what I believe, peoples, until proven otherwise. And if you can't prove to me otherwise, well, then, you know, and you can't come to my live and debunk me or stand up for what you proclaim that you believe and stuff, well, then what the hell are you saying to me? You know, what you say really doesn't make no difference to me. I don't care. I don't care about all of the other stuff. I just need you to answer a couple of questions. And that is, how in the hell could Kenneka have walked herself into a freezer and laid down and died and then put the hair under her chin? And if she didn't walk herself in the freezer, how in the hell did she get there? How? Okay, we're right here. So let me see where I'm going to go. Let me back this up a little bit. Trying to see where I'm going to. Yeah, we're going to start it about right there. All right, people. We're going to start it right here, and I'll be back in about 30 minutes. So let me do this. I'm going to change the way that I'm going to show this. I'm going to change and I'm going to put it in my tab right here. Okay, I'm gonna show it just like that. All right, I'll be back in about 30 minutes, peoples. Plausible or reasonable that many of us can go with. And so that's all that it is, peoples. That's all that it is. I don't understand why people get mad because you have a difference in opinion in what they say. If you feel that you're right about anything in this Kenneka Jenkins case, well, then chime out. Say something. Nobody's gonna ridicule you and put you down and stuff, you know. Just shoot your shot and be done with it. And then let's see, let's put your narrative to the test to see if there is any validity that can be extracted from that of what you say. And then let the people decide. Let the people decide whether or not they believe all of these things of what you say. And if the people like it, well, then, you know, they'll run with you. And if the people don't like it, well, then guess what? You know, it is what it is. All right, people. So let's go ahead and let's finish watching this video and see what their narrative is and what they have to say. Let's go.
What's up? You riding with me, my boy?
Now, what I want you to notice is one thing, people. Kenneka had on a gray watch. The girl who's walking the halls of this establishment has on a black watch. Let's look. See, that is black. If it was silver, it would be just like her jacket. It would be a lighter color. It's not a lighter color, peoples. See that? It is black. And then you can see on her right arm, she has on a black scrunchie. So a black watch with a black scrunchie, it couldn't be Kenneka, peoples. It couldn't be Kenneka. Because Kenneka wore a gray watch, not a black watch. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then look at the time that they're saying that all of this was to happen, 224. So my question is simply this, peoples. Why is the time, why is all of the time all messed up? For what reason? And then why isn't it that the attire of these people who's supposed to be walking this hall of this establishment, why doesn't it not match up with Kenneka? Well, I'll tell you why. Because it is a enactment. It's not no reenactment, it's a enactment. They got Kenneka out the way, so they had to make it so to whereas they can get money from the establishment. Because the establishment wasn't paying anything, because that's why you got the insurance. It was an insurance fraud, peoples. It was an insurance scheme. That's all that it was. And that's the thing that I keep trying to tell the people. All of this that is happening, it ain't nothing but an insurance scheme for them to get money. And all of these actors and everything is playing a role. Just like all of these Hollywood actors is protecting P. Diddy, because I'm sure that they've seen some things at those freak off parties and ain't nobody saying anything. Everybody's complicit. You can't tell me that a lot of people didn't see something. I mean, somebody saw something, but ain't nobody coming out with something. Same with this. People got paid. People got paid. And these young kids, they got paid. They didn't get paid a lot of money, but they got a little bit of money. They was flashing it, peoples. You think that these kids did not know what was going on at this particular hotel? Listen to how they were talking. Look at the things that they're doing. Why do you think all of these gangbangers and members and stuff is out here? Why is everybody roaming the halls of that establishment? What, looking for Kenneka? Really? Do you guys think that all of these gangbangers came down there just to look for a girl roaming the halls of that establishment? Really, peoples? For what? I mean, I need you to think about that for one moment. All of these gangbangers is all in the hallway, and everybody's roaming the hall for what? Crown Plaza ain't that big. Just for one end to the other, you've already covered the whole hotel. It's just you be on a different floor. So you mean to tell me that a drunk girl can literally evade all of these people in the hallway, really, and nobody's seen her? If she was supposed to be drunk? Oh my God, peoples, come on now. You know, you got to put on your thinking caps. Y'all been mesmerized too long with this bullshit and madness. I need you to put on some serious thinking caps for one moment. If a girl was really drunk, as they proclaim, why isn't it that the people who were supposed to have been watching her on CCTV never did anything? Why? All of these gang members running around in Monifa and Shemaya, running around, and Bree running around. You didn't see Irene running around. You only seen Peas. I mean, you only seen Killer running around. You didn't see Peas running around. You didn't see all of the people who came with Tanasia and all of them running around. You didn't see TY and them all running around. I need you to think about that for one moment. And then why was TY in this room with all of these people. Before all of this video stuff was coming out of a girl supposed to be roaming the halls of that establishment, it was a setup, peoples. It was a enactment that they portrayed. And all of these people got paid to kill certain people. Different girls got killed. Real people got killed. And if you know anything about human trafficking or organ harvesting, you've seen some big elites there that's in the sex trafficking and human organ harvesting thing. That's why a lot of these gang members was there and stuff, to collect their prize. I wouldn't be surprised if some other girls were ex-trafficked. But it's the game that they play, peoples. I mean, if you ever apply logic to this case, and this girl's supposed to have been running around, and the only thing that they gave you is clips of she's right here, and then in the next clip, she's over here, and in the next clip, she's over here. How much time did it take for her to get from one area to the other area to the other area? Or get from upstairs to downstairs? Have anybody ever even thought about that? In the time that it takes? Use common sense, peoples. And then y'all say, oh, well, there was people in the halls trying to snatch her and stuff. Why? Why would they try to snatch her? For what? So if that be the case, peoples, well, then what you are saying is that this whole thing is a conspiracy. Everybody knew the play, and everybody did not want to be on camera to play the play. But we seen King Rob on camera. We seen him down there. We seen Casey Cloy Overa Sanchez Medina down there. We seen Chosen King down there. We seen a lot of these YouTubers who talked about this case down there on camera, on security camera. But nobody talked about them. All of these people putting all of this stuff out in the beginning, then they go and they change it, then they go and they change it, then they go and they change it, because it didn't go the way that they planned. What was so special about Kenneka that they had to take her out of here? See, that's the thing that people don't realize and understand. You live your life on clips, and then you have people come and they give you a narrative about the clips and stuff. I told you. If you go and apply that of what these people were saying in the case files, and you connect that with that of what you've been seeing on the security video footage, you will come to understand something and see something, peoples. And you see that all of this stuff just doesn't line up. It is impossible for this girl to die in less than 24 hours, and all of this stuff that's supposed to have taken place happen. Everything that you see, it has a time to it. How much time did it take for X, Y, and Z to happen? And then when you add all of that stuff up, it doesn't match the time frame that they gave you to when they say that this girl came up missing to when she was found. I mean, just common sense alone, peoples, will tell you that. And then I've already shown you in the case file, the detective wasn't even at the police station when Lenore came. So we don't know how long it took for him to get to the police station before he came and interviewed Lenore. And then after he interviewed Lenore, did he immediately go and put everything into the system? Even the 911 dispatcher told you they saw her on video surveillance camera. They told you that in the case files. They said in their report she was walking, staggering drunk near the front desk at a certain time. Well, I've shown you on Google's Earth, peoples, how that could have been. And there's no way that she could have gotten to the upper level kitchen without first passing by the front desk. It's no way, peoples, that she could have got to the upper level kitchen without first passing the front desk. And all of these conflicting stories, you got TM saying, oh, well, the kid said that they left her in front of the lobby. But then later on, she said, oh, well, they left her at a party. Which is it? Did they leave her at the front lobby? Or did they leave her at a party? And then she goes on to say, oh, well, hey, nothing happened to my daughter. But then she goes on to say, them bastards killed my child. How many times do you have to listen to the inconsistencies to understand people's this is bullshit? If you're going to lie the first time, believe her, because she's going to lie again and again and again. She called to the establishment well before Kenneka was supposed to have came up missing. Now get a load of this. They said Teresa Martin called at 2 o'clock. But in Lenore's statement, Lenore last contact with Kenneka was about 1 something. I showed you in the case file, people. The complainant states that the last time she had contact with the victim was via text message at approximately 01:30 hours on September the 9th. No contact has been made with the victim since then. That is Lenora. But then 30 minutes later, TM is calling. Is the job done yet? Well, it wasn't Kenneka for the job to be done. Not Kenneka Jenkins. She was already gone. So who else is left? Kenneka Martin, the twin, the lookalike, the one who looks almost identical to Kenneka. Now, were they twins? I can't tell you that, people. I don't know. But whoever did that beautiful photo slideshow the other day that I showed on my live last night, you've seen the difference between Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin. Kenneka Martin has a mole by her lip. Kenneka Jenkins has a mole by her lip. Kenneka Martin doesn't. You clearly seen it. You clearly see how these girls look almost identical. It ain't no mistake in the bacon, people. All you got to do is just open up your eyes. Kenneka Jenkins has resets too. Kenneka Martin doesn't. Open your eyes. But for you, all of you who say there is no Kenneka Jenkins and no Kenneka Martin, and they're both the same, well, then prove it. Don't argue with me. Prove it. Prove it. Show me Kenneka with a mole by her lip, and then the other time there's no mole by her lip, because in the pictures that I've shown, you've seen the same size mole, the same position, the same area by her lip. So How can you explain that, peoples? And you've seen the tattoo on her waist. And in other pictures, you didn't see the tattoo on the other girl on her waist. So what? One day the tattoo is going to appear, and then the other day the tattoo is not going to appear, peoples? Really? Really, peoples? Really? The tattoo is embedded in her skin. How can it be there one day and then the next picture it's not there? I mean, people's the most simplest thing that is so pronounced, you can't even make heads or tails, because you can rant and rave and you can open up your big mouth, but you can't prove nothing. You can't prove it. But I did. I did, and I showed you, peoples. So if you got the biggest mouth and you think that you got a narrative that you can really persuade the people into believing something, well, then come to the live and talk to me. You know, and ain't no sense in getting mad. What are you getting mad for? Talk to me. All I'm doing is just pointing out the inconsistencies that is happening with these people and what they're saying. It doesn't line up, people. It doesn't match up. If TM and all of these people were true in what they were saying, well, then everything should line up. If France Cambe and all of these people did it, well, then you should be able to pinpoint something to prove that they did it. But you can't prove it. You can't even prove your own stance. You're smelling your own bad breath. Peoples, it's just that simple. If you were meticulous enough and you have really analyzed these photos and videos and things, then you should be able to bring something to the people to where the people can feast upon. And you should be able to bring validity to your narrative. But if you can't do that, then what are you talking about? And then why are you getting mad at me? Well, you can't even explain the simplest thing yourself. It's amazing to me, peoples. How you guys get mad at the most mundane thing and you can't explain a damn thing. Absolutely nothing. It's crazy. And then you all the time in the chat, and you all the time got your mouths open, talking about somebody and something, and you can't even prove even the simplest little thing. For years, we sat here and we listened to all of these people say, oh, well, it was the beverage manager. Oh, well, it was the maintenance guy. Oh, well, it was the France Cabe. Oh, well, it was this person. Oh, well, it was that. Well, God damn it. How many times do Kenneka live and die? How many times she's going to get snatched up? How many times she's going to be in certain areas at certain times? When you put all of these little tiny little insignificant things that people are talking about together, that produces time. And so when you do that, well, then you got to help me to make this make sense. It ain't enough time in the world to put Kenneka all everywhere that you guys are proclaiming. It ain't enough time. Because when it's all said and done, once you get through adding up all of these places that the supposed Kenneka could be or should be, then how do you equate that in the narrative with the official report that they're given? You can't. It doesn't make sense. And that's the whole purpose of this, because it's not meant to make sense. You many of you bypass the most simplest little explanation. You bypass that. You don't give no credence. All you got was clips. Trey Gates said there was a camera on the 9th floor. Well, where's the camera on the 9th floor? Do he have it? It never existed, peoples. Why would they have a camera on the 9th floor and they don't have a camera on the 6th floor? And they don't have a camera on the 7th floor? And they don't have a camera on the 8th floor? And they don't have a camera on the 11th floor? And they don't have a camera on the 3rd or the 4th or the 5th floor? So just because Trey Gay said, now all of a sudden it becomes law. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They had a camera on the 9th floor. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? No, sucker, I don't know what you're saying. All of a sudden, a camera appears because Trey Gay says it. Peoples, Lenore had already told you she had 5 videos. And you already know that these kids only take videos. They've been taking videos. She had 5 videos. So guess what? Lenore already knew the play. Lenore already knew what was going down. She played the part very well. She got on the Dr. Oz show. She got on the Breakfast Club. She got on with the people outside of the establishment, talking to the reporters and stuff. Lenore ain't never shedded not one tear, just like TM ain't never shedded not one tear. They couldn't shed a tear because it wasn't genuine. They knew how guilty they were. And it was all a part of the play. People, wait until I reveal some things that I found out about TM, Lenore, and family. It is going to shock the mess out of you. This ain't their first rodeo. This ain't the first shit that they did. They did it to their brother. She did it to her brother. That's why he's gone. She did it to Ken Sr. That's why he's gone. She did it to her sister. That's why she's gone. Have anybody ever did a full live upon TM's sister? A full, complete live? I mean, it's another Kim Porter story. She all of a sudden died of a healthy young lady, all of a sudden died of a heart attack or whatever. And guess who was there? Lenore Harris. Why not her child? But nobody did a live upon TM's sister. TM gets up on live and stuff. She sits in the car. She's playing this little country music and she's crying her little heart out. She cried her heart out for her sister, but never shedded not one tear for Kenneka. Get a load of that, peoples. And Kenneka was supposed to have came out of her pee. I'm gonna come back to this video, people. So let me go and play that video. Let me share my screen because you guys need to see that. She played that country music and cried a little heart out for her sister. Never shedded not one tear for her supposed daughter. Really? I mean, would you guys do that, peoples? I said, would you guys do that, peoples? Your daughter gets murdered. You know she's murdered. And yet you won't shed a tear.
Hey, Live. I don't own the rights to this music. I'm talking to the ones that know us. and know my family. The newcomers that had met us, that came within our lives, you know, cross paths or whatever. I just want to tell y'all, the devil is a lie, no matter what. When you're doing the right thing, the devil come at us in all kind of shape, form, and fashion. So I don't own the rights to this music once again. Y'all, I lost my baby sister. Tonight. I lost my baby sister. And I'm just speaking to the people that's going through or not even knowing when somebody go through. When the Bible says slow to anger, I'm thinking I agitated her. Because she was like, her defense was up. And I'm looking like, what I do? And you did nothing. But I'm saying, I'm using my story. It ain't about me. It ain't about me. But I'm telling somebody that can change the situation that they going through. If somebody that you know that's been going through something, and they just all of a sudden just change and be mean or angry towards you, or maybe silence or distance themselves from y'all, I'm asking y'all to have mercy. Have mercy up on them. My sister, ever since the death of my baby, and then we couldn't rejuvenate after that. Then it was my brother, then my other brother. That's not including the friends with them. But it messed her up. She hurt it so bad. She hurt it so bad. And I was with my selfish ways saying, I birthed her. Don't start talking, stop crying, because I didn't want to cry. But, Shatara, I love you, sister. I love you. My sister dead, y'all. Y'all got loved ones. Be more linguist. Understand more. Have more compassion. Like how the Bible say, be slow to anger. Yeah. I was so stuck in my selfish ways. Oh, if I could live without my daughter, I don't care who get mad at me. Sometimes I made a status. One day I'm gonna learn how to kiss a little peach. You know, y'all know what I'm talking about. Guess what? I learned real fast. It's okay to kiss a little peach with your loved ones. I'm not saying this, I'm telling y'all, and it's been within me to tell y'all, forgive. I don't care if you ain't did nothing but been good. Forgive your loved ones. Forgive while you got the chance. Tomorrow ain't promised to us. It ain't. I am who I am. I ain't trying to be nobody else but me. And I'm trying to help somebody along my way. Because before I entered into this situation, I didn't know what to do and how to do it and how to rotate it. But when I learn, I get up on here, not for no shape or fashion. If y'all ain't noticed that, I don't give about that. I just want to help somebody if I can. I love y'all. Send a prayer out for me. As y'all pray for me, I'm going to pray for y'all.
Okay, people. So I want you to notice something. She mentioned her sister, and then she mentioned her brother. So her sister first, and then her brothers. No, her brothers came first, and then her sister. So how are you going to sit up here and cry over your sister, and you never wanted to cry over your daughter? The one that you supposed to had birth, that supposed to had came out your pee. That doesn't sit well with me, people. I mean, it doesn't sit well with me. Now, I naturally cry for my brother or sister, but I cry even more for my own child. I said I would cry more so for my own child, peoples. Well,
Thank y'all for y'all prayers. I just want y'all to know my baby dead. Thank y'all. I thank y'all for y'all prayers, but my fucking baby is dead. So guess what? But God. It's okay. It's okay. And for the record, no, didn't nobody do nothing to her, y'all. Didn't nobody do nothing to her. Ain't nobody do nothing to her. She was left at the party, but didn't nobody set up another. She was found at this hotel right here in a freezer. In a freezer. My baby dead. Thank y'all once again. I love y'all. Peace.
thank y'all. Thank y'all for your prayers. But my effing baby is dead. And for the book and for the record, ain't nothing happened to her, y'all. Ain't nothing happened to her. She was left at the party, but ain't nothing happened to y'all. Ain't nothing happened to her. But thank y'all for your prayers. She was left at a party. Other testimony was she was left at in the front. Well, if that didn't happen to Kenneka, why did you sue? And if nothing happened to Kenneka, why did you say that them effing bastards killed my child? But nothing happened to your daughter. See, people, you have to look at what they said. And you have to give weight and credence to what they said. And you have to put in perspective to what they said. I didn't say it. See, it'd be something if I said it. I didn't say it. She did. So when she's telling you nothing happened to my child, but then you go around and say the bastards killed my child, well, who? And then she goes on to say Kenneka was in the kitchen with an employee for over an hour. Well, what video footage did you see that Kenneka was in the kitchen with an employee for over an hour? So that means people said Kenneka was alive for at least an hour that she knew of. So when all of you YouTubers and Facebookers and all of the likes and stuff said, oh, well, it was the beverage manager, it was France Cave, it was this person, it was that person and stuff, Teresa Martin had already debunked your tales when she told you that there was an employee in the kitchen with Kenneka for over an hour. But yet, the official narrative was Kenneka walked herself in the freezer and laid down and died. Oh, you guys forgot about that. I didn't forget about that, peoples. I said I didn't forget about that, peoples. So if there was an employee in the kitchen with Kenneka for over an hour, how in the hell did she get found in the dock area? I'll wait. I said, I'll wait. How did Kenneka get found in the dock area if she was in the kitchen with an employee for over an hour? And then let's go back to what the case file said. Case file said, no, not the case file. Yeah, the case file. But let's go back here. It says serious questions remain regarding what happened to Kenneka Jenkins at the Crown Plaza Hotel on September the 9th, 2017. Kenneka was found dead in a freezer of the Crown Plaza more than 36 hours after her family reported her missing and told hotel staff she was somewhere on their premises. But then down here it says the family has not been provided any video or other evidence of Kenneka walking into a freezer. Serious questions remain as to how she ended up in a Crown Plaza Hotel freezer and why it took a day and a half for the hotel to find Kenneka. But Teresa Martin had told you that Kenneka was in the kitchen with an employee for over an hour. So she was in the kitchen for over an hour with an employee. What video did you see Kenneka in the kitchen with the employee doing? What's the employee over there mopping the floor? Was he over there cooking Kenneka some bacon and eggs? I mean, what was he doing? Because if he was in the kitchen with her for over an hour, well, then you obviously seen something of what the employee was doing to Kenneka. She didn't say no gang member. She didn't say Franz Cabe. She didn't say the beverage manager. She didn't say Puff the Magic Dragon. She said an employee of the Crown Plaza was in the kitchen with her daughter for over an hour. Over an hour. So with that statement alone, peoples, that already let me know and led me to believe that TM already knew the play. And she already knew what was going down. And she played the game right along with him. I said she played the game right along with them peoples. She already knew what happened to Kenneka days before the so-called reenactment.
This is footage of Teresa Martin and her daughter. They run out of that room after seeing Kenneka like a bat out of hell. But what gets me is that gentleman right here. Is he smiling? What the fuck? This officer. Let me back it up a little bit. That officer right there, and shout out to Soup Bone, that's whose video I'm viewing right now. But that officer right there, he was in a whole lot of the footage from the beginning. He was telling the person what to write down in the reports in the kitchen. You see him standing next to the gentleman that was taking the official reports. He was also in the hallway with the young lady officer that was imitating Kenneka in the hallway. I don't know. Y'all tell me, is he smiling? Was he smiling? And I promise I wasn't gonna post no more of these videos, but the more stuff that come out, I get drawn back in. But here we go. I'm gonna take it back again, just enough so we can see that. I don't know. Did he find that amusing? This is also the show for all the people who said that their mother had no emotion about her daughter's death to kind of silence some of that. Although she's very composed in her interviews, I guess through the grace of God, she's very composed. However, this mother exuded extreme emotion when it came to her daughter's death. This is another angle or starting point of that footage I just showed you guys. They're basically directing her and the sister what to do, kind of backs up her story. The sister goes in first, obviously. There's Teresa.
So that wasn't her first reaction, I guess, or when they took her in there. I guess this is when she came out.
Okay, I'm using somebody else's video for this one, but it basically shows Teresa coming out
I'm still
from
trying to
that
figure out where this
hallway.
kitchen is.
I don't know what this young lady is
They
trying to
have an upper
describe.
kitchen, a lower level kitchen, and they have kitchen 2.
Okay, you see,
Oh my God!
her
Oh my
that's
God!
Teresa coming out from the
Oh
hallway
Lord!
after she
Oh
had
my
viewed
God!
Kenneka's body.
Oh my God!
That's all her family there with her.
I'm so sorry, Miss Teresa. You can clearly see how everybody looking. She must have screamed out a horrible scream. Okay, this is the reaction that we expect when we hear something like this. Oh my God.
So basically, that's to help debunk all the shade that's going towards Miss Teresa Martin.
You see the lady, she telling her friend what happened.
I'm using Miss. I think it says Miss Tony, but that's just to help debunk some of the shade that's going towards Miss Teresa Martin. The public has uh, been kind of against her. A lot of the public, um, man, throwing shade that lady's way about her emotions and how she shows composure when she's being interviewed and talking to the people of the public, and how she ain't crying and going through the motions that we feel she should be going through. But that is how her response was. She came out of that freezer after seeing her child distraught. Y'all saw it for yourselves. She was composed in front of the police department. She's composed in front of all cameras when it comes to uh, addressing the public. Man, only the grace of God can get somebody that kind of composure. But you saw when she was unfilmed, well, not knowing she was being filmed, um, the raw emotion. She broke down. That lady ran out of there like OMG, and it looks like they were screaming. You saw how her family ran down that hall to support her, and how she came out of that hotel or in that lobby. She came out of the hallway into that hotel lobby, and man, the breakdown was real, y'all. So, we should be behind this family as a whole, supporting that mother, because it can be any mother, you know. Um, it can be anybody's sister, going through something like that. So when it comes to victimizing victims, it's not cool. And although Kenneka Jenkins is the victim of this horrific crime, uh, it's not okay to victimize that mother, or, you know, assault her character in such a way. And I get a lot of flack um, for supporting um, the mom. I don't think she had nothing to do with it. I'm hoping that the debunking of some of this crap going around about her emotions pulls you guys together and helps you rally for the greater good, and that's justice for this family and justice for that young girl, Miss Kenneka Jenkins. So, all right, I'm gonna let it play a little further to see if there's anything else to see, and if it's not, I'm just gonna shut it down.
Rest in peace, Kenneka Jenkins. Justice for Kenneka, you guys.
Rest in peace, Kenneka Jenkins. Justice for Kenneka, you guys. Rest in peace, Kenneka Jenkins. Justice for Kenneka, you guys. That's what she said.
Hey babes, okay, so this is the third time recording this video for you. First of all, I want to start off by this picture here, okay? I'm still learning this new phone. Sorry about that. Why does Miss Teresa have a black eye? Okay, why is there a black eye? Number one. Okay, who is putting their hands on this grown woman? Who? Why? Miss Teresa, don't let nobody do that to you. If this is from a relationship, you are better than that. You don't need that in your life. This video is not to judge anybody, okay? This video is to show you something.
I promise you, my mama never taught us how keeping it real. It took me to get in my 20s to see that racism lives. My mother never, we was blinded to this world. My mother gave us so much love. We didn't know how to, that this shit right here that lives. We didn't know that people hate black people so much. We heard a story here, schools teach us or whatever. But I'm coming to y'all from my heart.
And I believe her. I believe her right now. Hold on.
Before all this, that, and other, yeah. Look, let me tell y'all, first of all, yeah, I want justice for Kenneka. Yes, true enough. That's my baby. I birthed her.
But yes, I want justice for my baby. That's my baby. I birthed her. But
my baby, they say absence from the body is present within the Lord. They killed the
absence from the body is to be present with the Lord. Now, I don't know if that's true. I was brought up to believe I was a Christian. I was brought up in the Christian realm. Jesus. And I was taught that from the Bible, I was taught that nobody's truly with the Lord until Jesus' return, right? So I don't know if this is correct or not. I'm just saying what I was taught as a child, okay?
once, allegedly.
Hold on.
That's my baby. I birthed her. But my baby, they say absence from the body is present within the Lord. They killed her once.
They killed her once. Number one, you're identifying somebody. They, a group of people. They, multiple people. They is used as plural. They killed her once.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Why do you have to say allegedly? I'm confused. We have to say allegedly because we're kind of like reporting on the news. You know what I'm saying? She don't have to say allegedly. The only way she would have to say allegedly, I could think of one reason. if she has a lawsuit going that says nothing happened to her, that she just walked in that freezer, laid down, and died. Okay. And that's the only way she can get this money, is if she says nothing happened to that baby. I don't care what y'all say. Kenneka was a baby. She was 19 years old. She didn't know nothing yet. She was just learning everything. You know what I'm saying? I remember being 19 thinking I had it all together. And then when I hit 30, I was like, whoa, did I have a long way to go? You know what I'm saying? She's identifying a group of people. Keep going. But
Trial until proven guilty.
Trial until proven guilty. I think it's how you say it? You're I'm sorry, it's early in the morning. I think it's you're innocent until proven guilty, but in all actuality, if you're a black man or black woman, it's you're guilty until you can prove your innocence, which is up. I'm not gonna curse, but it's up. It's really up, okay? And I don't agree with that, but I know it's true. I've seen it. Keep going.
They can't do whatever they did or whoever. If it may,
they can't do whoever they can't. And then she about to say allegedly again and smile. And I don't get it. Why are you smiling? That hold on.
allegedly, y'all hear me? They can't do it no more. But for the ones that's on this earth,
they can't do it no more. She knows who she's talking about. Like when we talk about the elites, we say they. We call them they. They took it down. They don't want this out. They put a stop to it. Who is she referring to? And who the hell gave her that black eye? Look at that. Who is punching on this woman? Who is punching on this woman and why? She is grown.
trial until proven guilty. They can't do whatever they did or whoever. If it maybe allegedly, y'all hear me? They can't do it no more.
See, I don't feel she should have to say the words allegedly unless she knows who they are. And that's not part of the lawsuit. If she brings that into play, she's not going to get the lawsuit. She's after. You understand? Which, again, boils down to money. You're worried about the money instead of the actual justice. I'm not saying that's what she's doing. I'm not here to badmouth anybody. I'm trying to figure this out. Okay? I truly am. Because when you're saying they and whoever, and that makes me feel like my babes have been right this whole time, that you know more than you're letting on, you know? And the fact that you keep saying allegedly throws me like for a loop. Like, you're not the news reporter, you're the victim's mother. You know, you're a victim too. They took your baby. You're a victim. Kenneka's a victim. Why would you have to say allegedly? The only thing I can think of is that, you know, it's part of the lawsuit. She's not allowed to, you know, bring that into play because remember, nobody did nothing to your baby. Nobody laid hands on your baby. Nobody touched your baby in any horrible manner. But now you're saying they killed her allegedly, and whoever did this to her, and they makes me feel like my babes are right this whole entire time. You identified them as they, like, and I feel like you wanted to say names, but you didn't. You know what I'm saying? Just one more time. I'm just gonna let it play through, okay? Sorry.
To y'all from my heart. And before all this, that, and other, yeah. Look, let me tell y'all, first of all, yeah, I want justice for Kenneka. Yes, true enough. That's my baby. I birthed her. But my baby, they say absence from the body is present within the Lord. They killed her once, allegedly. But trial until proven guilty. They can't do whatever they did or whoever. If it maybe allegedly, y'all hear me? They can't do it no more.
but for the ones that's on this, so like I get it. I feel like she's trying to say that they hurt her baby, but they can't steal her soul. They can't snatch her soul from her. If this wasn't like a devil deal gone wrong or something, you know what I'm saying? This was just evil people doing evil things to an innocent victim. Okay, and they can't hurt her no more. They did what they could do, but they can't break her soul. You know what I'm saying? Kenneka didn't sell her soul. Excuse me. You know, Kenneka didn't sell her soul. So it's like, you know, nobody truly has a hold on Kenneka's soul but Kenneka. You know what I'm saying? So I get what she's saying, but I also feel like she was a little tipsy. I'm not gonna say high and drunk, and she was probably had a couple, you know, a little bit of drink here, drink there. But I feel like she was letting us know, and she said she's letting us know. Allegedly. I gotta say allegedly. Why do you have to say allegedly? We have to say.
Now, people's, I think I have proven that, as you can see. I think I have proven that. Because, see, the thing is, again, like she said, why does she have to say allegedly? Why is it that she has to say allegedly? And I told you it was all about money. I told you it was all about money. That's why she had to go and say allegedly and come out and say nothing happened to my child, to put that on record in the beginning. She did that. I didn't say that. She did. And it's just like the lady said, why does she have to say allegedly? And then who's bumping on her? Who's bumping on her? Why is she walking out with black eyes? She already told you she seen an employee down there with her daughter for an hour. So that's an hour out of the timeline, people, that Kenneka was supposed to come up missing. But see, TM already knew what happened to Kenneka, and she looked towards getting money more so than getting justice for Kenneka. I told you. She said it, I didn't. She said it, I didn't. Peoples. And so there you have it right there. There you have it right there, peoples. I mean, what more do you want me to say? See, I'm only bringing to you that of what my findings is, and then I'm putting it and piecing it together. And it may not fit in the manner to which you see fit in things and stuff, but really doesn't matter, because if you ever followed me, you understand where I'm coming from. You understand where I'm going. You understand what I have already shown and revealed thus far. And everything was either her or her family or some representative that represent them said. I didn't say it, peoples. They did. So what did TM know, and when did she know it? Well, that has always been the question that I have always asked peoples. What did TM know, and when did she know it? She knew a lot, peoples. She knew a whole lot. There's no question about that. She knew a lot. And then that's been shown that she knew a lot, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? So see, I didn't say it. She did, peoples. She did. And so she must be held accountable for her actions, peoples. because she's the one who said it, and she is the one who did it, peoples. And she didn't come forth with what really happened to Kenneka because, again, she was the one who had stated nothing happened to my daughter. And that was a bold-faced lie, peoples, because as we can see, something happened to her daughter. Something happened to her daughter. Something happened. And she had just already told you. She already told you, peoples. So the question is, what happened to Kenneka? Because she already told you. She already told you nothing happened to my daughter, but then she's sitting around allegedly. They can't do this and that and the other. Allegedly. No, peoples. It doesn't work that way. She already knew because she already told you. And it was all about the money. Oh, peoples, I tell you. I don't know what Edward Joseph can say. I don't know really what I can do, peoples. I don't know what really that I can present. Because the thing is, peoples, TM had already told you. See, this is the girl who played Kenneka. There's Monifa. Taking a sip of her juice. And she is in the car with the girl who played Kenneka. I always thought that this video had audio, but I don't think that it has audio. Audio is on. I don't think it has audio. So, and see, as you can see, Monifa is live, because now you see the little things that's coming up, the people's, the people's responses and stuff. So that's how you know when people is really live, because you see the little responses. So all of those other videos of TY is supposed to be going live and Irene's supposed to be going live. Well, they wasn't really live because you would have seen these responses right here going across the screen. That was just a video that they did. Now she's getting ready to show the girl who played Kenneka. There she is right there. Y'all see this two-faced heifer right here who set up her friend? So that's the young girl who played Kenneka. I told you I got the videos, peoples. I told you what I was going to do. I was going to show you who these perpetrators is and stuff. There she is right there, peoples. And she has the white nails and stuff. And then look, they are in jean jacket outfits. And look, she has on the jean jacket outfit that she was wearing. You see that, people? You see this was a setup. And Monifa knew. This girl knew she was a part of the play. There she is right there, peoples. You see how this girl set up her friend to be raped, sodomized, and then ultimately unalived, peoples? And here's the video right here that proves that she was with that heifer who had played Kenneka in the bathroom. And then you have other people in the car with them. So y'all be saying friends, how many of us have them? Well, you really don't have no friends, because you're not really a true friend when your friend go up and set you up like that. And see, that's why Monifa came out of Kenneka's funeral laughing. See that? They got all of the drinks and everything like that. And look at her. See, she's wearing the white nails, smiling and doing all of this and that and the other. And you see what they're doing. You see how they did their hands and stuff, like, you talking so much. And then look how Monifa is doing, like how Kenneka do, how she used to dance. It's audio to this. I gotta find the part to where is the audio part of it. But now you see how Monifa is emulating Kenneka. Did y'all see that? Did you see how Monifa had her cap tucked backwards and her hair down, and then she has her the palm of her hand cuffed back and stuff like Kenneka? See that? You see how she had emulated Kenneka? It was throwing shades upon Kenneka. I got an audio to this, peoples. But see, I told you, peoples, I was going to go ahead and get into this thing deep. Get into this thing deep. You guys didn't believe me. I got way more than this. This is just the tip of the iceberg and stuff. This is 2025, so I'm coming in hard and heavy. I'm coming with both, blazing. But I can back up anything I can say. And I'm showing you, people. I'm showing you. That is the girl who played Kenneka. It's the girl who played it. That's the girl who was in the bathroom with Monifa. Remember, Kenneka was in there with Shemaya Monifa. But then the so-called reenactment, it was just only that girl in Monifa, because Kenneka was already gone. Did Trey Gang show you that, peoples? Nope, I don't think so. Edward Joseph did. Did Trey Gang ever mention that to you, peoples? Nope, Edward Joseph did. See, peoples? These suckers all the time got something to say, but they can't prove their stance, peoples. And I want you guys to look at something here. Look at the time. The time on this timestamp, it says 3:54. So it was just like almost 20 minutes later when the supposed Kenneka got off the elevator and start walking the halls of that establishment. And look how casually they're walking the halls. You think these people are really looking for Kenneka? See, that's the play, people. That is the play. They want you to think that they were looking for Kenneka. They want you to think that, oh yeah, we were really looking for Kenneka. We was all over the place and stuff. We was in a panic. Peoples, look at the time. 3:54. And look who they're walking with, and everybody is just casually walking the halls. You think anybody's in a panic to look for Kenneka? There's that other girl who played Kenneka. Y'all remember her? I said, you remember her. Y'all remember her, right? Okay, so if you don't remember who this girl is that played Kenneka, let me show you. Let me show you who this girl is, peoples. Show you who this girl is who played Kenneka in the hallway, peoples. Okay. Show you who she is. I said I'm gonna show you who she is, peoples. There she is right there. The one who played Kenneka. Y'all see her? I said, do you see her, peoples? I said, there she is right there, peoples. The one who played Kenneka. There she is right there. Okay, so there she is, and there she is right there, peoples. The one who played Kenneka. I don't need that big. I just need to bring it down some. All right. There we go, peoples. There's the bingo to the bingo. See that? She's got the cup in her hand. Let's rewind this back. Let's watch her walk in. And it was at that point, and that's where they took the picture right there. See that? See, she looked back, she had her hand up. I try to get it to where, okay, right there. Right there. See, she had her hand up, but let's see if we can. A little too fast. Right there. Right there. See that? That's where that picture came from. And see, there's the little red line right there. There's the little red line right there. There's her hand up in the air. There's her hand up in the air. And then look at the little thing right there. Look at the little thing right there. And that's who played Kenneka. Y'all see that, right? See, I told you, people's, Edward Joseph, I can always prove everything that I say. She played Kenneka. Now, did you see her walk out of the establishment, peoples? I said, did you see her walk out of the establishment, peoples? No, you didn't. Because there she is right there, peoples. The same picture. See that? There it is right there, people. See? The little thing of the cup. There's her hand. There's her hand right there. You can see the little thing on her arm. See the little thing on her arm? There it is right there. That's a close-up shot. There she is right there, peoples. I said, there she is right there, peoples. You see that? Match that just perfectly. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. I said, bingo to the bingo, peoples. There it is right there. Perfect match. Don't ever tell Edward Joseph that he doesn't know what he's talking about. I got all of the videos, peoples. I said, I got all of the videos. I got my old system back, peoples. I got all of the videos. So I know what I'm talking about, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when you people want to sit up here and talk all of this madness, well then bring it on, because I'm ready. I said, I am ready, peoples. When the people want to sit here and talk and, oh, well, yeah, I can, and this, and that, and the other, well, then, you know what I say? I say, bring it on, peoples, and prove your stance. Because Edward Joseph always stands ready, and I can always prove my stance, peoples. There it is right there. It's in your face. That's the girl who played Kenneka. And my question is, peoples, did you ever see this girl walk out of the establishment? You didn't. You can search high and low on every video, but you will never see her walk out the establishment. She didn't make it, peoples. She didn't make it out, and there is the proof. Because look, you seen Shemaya Monifa with all of those other gang members, and then she comes and pull up the rear, and then she goes and look back at somebody. And what do you think she's going to do? She's going to go and put on the jacket and play Kenneka. There it is right there, people. This is in your face. She goes and she puts on a jacket, and then what she do? She goes and she walks the halls of the establishment. I told you, people, what I was going to do. You guys didn't believe me, but that's okay, because I'm glad that you don't believe me, so I can prove to you what my sense is and what I know. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, when you think that you got all of the goods and you know everything there is to know about this Kenneka Jenkins case, I just keep coming. And I just keep coming. And I just keep coming. See, I didn't show this last year, peoples, because I told you I had plenty more to show you. So I said, well, let me go ahead and let me go out a little bit more and show the people what I have been saying for the longest time. Because it seems like nobody Nobody seems to understand what Edward Joseph was trying to convey. But I see that you're listening now. You're sitting back, you're watching, you're listening now, and you see I'm coming with the receipts, peoples. I'm coming with receipts that all of these other suckers can't come with. Trey Gay. Trey Gay didn't show you this, peoples. Edward Joseph did. See that, peoples? That's receipts right there. And that shows you that this girl played Kenneka. Okay. Let me go ahead and save this. I said, let me go ahead and save this, peoples. See, my friend, We Trust TV had came on yesterday to my channel, and I had just showed him some things that I had already knew in this Kenneka Jenkins case, and he was really amazed because he didn't know that Kenneka had a mole by her lip, the real Kenneka. There it is right there, peoples. So now let's watch this video and see where she's going. Now look at her body. Does her body look like Kenneka? Look at the type of shoes that she's in. Who was she smiling at, peoples? $353 people. And guess what? They had just passed the room where TM had came out of, her and Lenora. Y'all remember that, right? I said, you remember that, right? The same room that they passed out from where TM and Lenora ran out from. And then look who else is walking down. Look, I said, look who else is walking down, and look who is being held by her. Remember, this girl was sitting on that girl who was sitting on the chair. Y'all remember her? There she is right there. So where is Irene? And then this girl right here was in the room with Irene, standing up behind Irene, sitting in Irene's live. You remember her right there, this tall girl right here. So where is Irene, and where are they going to? $354 peoples. Where are they going to? Nobody seems to be in a hurry. Now look who's coming down. Look who's coming down. Shemaya and Monique. Does it seem like they're in a hurry, people? All right, y'all. Goodbye. Thank you. Look at Monifa and Shemaya. And look, they have a smile on their face. Monifa has a smile on her face. Look at Shemaya. Boy, people, did I bring the receipts? I said, did I bring the receipts, peoples? See, you guys sat up here and listened to Trey Gay all day long with all of this madness of Kenneka dying on the 6th and all like this and stuff, but no. That never happened, peoples. I've already shown you a couple of girls who played Kenneka. Did you see them walk out of the establishment, peoples? You never did. And you can search high and low every video on the internet, and you'll never see that girl walk outside that establishment. There it is right there, people. This is in your face. And it's plenty more to come, people. I said there's plenty more to come. I got plenty more to come. I'm going to go ahead and get off of here, people, because we're almost at the 5 o'clock hour. I'm going to go and wash some clothes. I'm going to go ahead and cook me something and things. I'll probably be back on about 7 o'clock my time. That'll just be a couple of hours from now and stuff. And, you know, we're just going to hit it again, peoples. Just going to hit it again. I don't know if I'm going to be back on Kenneka. I may save Kenneka for a couple of days. You know, I may hit Kenneka again back on probably Friday. Give it a couple of days for you guys to digest these lives that I did, because it's a lot of information. Go and watch the live that I did on last night. And for all of the people who just tuned in, come back and watch this live, what I did today. You'll see it's a lot of juicy news. I'm going to keep everything up the way that it is and stuff. We're going to go deeper into the case files and stuff. Go watch a few more videos and stuff. And we're just going to keep tearing down this hilarious and nefarious and this fictitious timeline that they gave and Trey Gay gave. And so, peoples, as you can see, and I have literally have been saying this forever and a day. There's the proof right there. And the proof is in your face, peoples. There is the proof right there, peoples. And the proof is in your face. So what more do Edward Joseph need to say? I told you that Kenneka Jenkins never died on the 6th, peoples. She never did. And Kenneka Jenkins was never alive on the 9th. She never was. And I've already shown you the girl who played Kenneka. Two of them, two different girls who played Kenneka in the hallway. I've shown you, peoples. Now, that is unequivocal and undeniable proof, peoples. And so you can have all of these YouTubers scream and holler up and down at the top of their lungs, but it really doesn't make no difference, peoples, because the thing is, I have already proven. I've already proven to the people that of what I have been stating forever and a day. Now, what proof do they have, peoples? I said, what proof do the people have? Peoples. They don't. And so, what proof did they have, peoples? I wanted to show this picture, peoples. Want to show this picture because, again, like I say, you ain't never seen that girl walk out the halls of that establishment. You ain't never seen her walk out the establishment, period. But you've seen her walk the halls and playing Kenneka, as I've shown you many times over. I'm showing you the girl who played Kenneka that was in the room. That was in the bathroom. And many of you thought that that was Kenneka. I clearly show you it wasn't Kenneka. And so when the people want to sit up in here and tell Edward Joseph he don't know what he's talking about, well, then I've always show you my receipts, peoples. Now, who's all of these people in this car? We have TM, Lenora. Who's the little guy in the back? Who is the young lady sitting right next to her? Who is the young lady sitting in the back? And now, most importantly, we already know who this is right here. Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. As you can see. There she is right there. So, my question is simply this, peoples. For a person who was supposed to have been looking for her daughter, or her daughter is supposed to have come up missing, why do you go and give the police a younger baby picture of Kenneka instead of giving a picture of her at age? Why has it been always these baby pictures of Kenneka surfacing around? It is to confuse the people. You have pictures of Kenneka being 11 and 12 years old. And then you got pictures of Kenneka being 13 and 14 years old. And then you got pictures of Kenneka being 15 and 16 years old. Why all of the baby pictures? Why sit here and distort and put all of these young pictures of Kenneka for what? I don't understand it, people. So, help me to make that make sense. See? It's amazing to me, peoples, that Edward Joseph has showed you the receipts. And I have shown you tonight, again for the umpteenth time, that there were many people who played Kenneka. I've shown you that. And I've shown you on a video footage, and let's go back to that video footage, peoples, because I want to show you something on that video footage that you pretty much may not have even understood. Okay, so let me go back here. And let's go back here. This is the hallway. Yeah, y'all see that, right? This is the hallway right here. Y'all see that? Let me play it a little bit. Okay. Remember, this was the girl who was sitting on the other girl who had on the ring. And remember, Kenneka Martin was the one who had on the ring and not Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Y'all remember that, right? And this was the girl who was sitting on her. And this was supposed to be Irene's sister, this tall girl right here. And then all of these other girls, you really didn't see too much in the video footage. You didn't even see them in TY's live. You didn't see them in Irene's live. So then the question was, where was these other people that is right here, right here, right here, right here at? Because you didn't see them in any of that video footage other than what you're seeing now, them walking in the halls of that establishment. The most important thing in this video that is missing, people, where's the timestamp? It's supposed to be right here. It ain't no timestamp. Why isn't it a timestamp on the video footage? Now, why is the timestamps disappearing in some of these videos? You know, it appears on one video, but it disappears on the other video. Why is that, people? And all the videos in the Crown Plaza, it's the same. I said the videos is the same because it's being recorded by the same type of camera. And it's the same type of camera, peoples, that is throughout the whole entire establishment. So one camera is not going to have it, and then the other camera don't. No, people, it's not gonna be that way. If one camera has the timestamp, the other camera is going to have the timestamp. Do you understand what I'm saying? When you looked at all of the cameras in the Crown Plaza, it wasn't no different types of cameras and different types of systems. It is all the same system throughout the whole entire Crown Plaza Hotel. These cameras wasn't working on different systems. Do you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense for them to have different systems operating in one establishment. Going to be one type of camera that is going to take the same surveillance video footage throughout the whole entire establishment. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? And so I hope I'm educating you guys up on something, trying to get you guys hipped up on something, because see, now you understand the play. And you understand how all of this stuff had played out, peoples. What was going down. The young lady had already explained to you what was up with TM and why she had to say what she said. Because if she said anything other than nothing happened to my daughter, well, she wouldn't have been getting paid, people. I said, if TM ever said anything other than nothing happened to my daughter, she wouldn't get paid. And see, I wasn't the only one who recognized that and figured that out, peoples. The young lady who I showed you in earlier in this video, I told you the same thing. And then the question is, who gave TM the shiner? Who is beating up on this woman? And see, that's the question that I ask the people, but I can never get an answer to the question that I ask because the people ain't going to answer the question. And why is it the people is not answering the question that I'm posing? Because they don't know. So I've already come to the conclusion, people, that, you know, it ain't no sense in asking because you don't know. And if you do know, you're not going to say, because that what you think that you know is not what it is. And so it's best for you not to say anything than for you to come and say something, and then now you're going to embarrass yourself on national TV because you don't know what Edward Joseph has under his sleeve to prove to you wrong by the things that you're saying. But I think that I've already proven myself, people, to the degree that I have thus far. What is it that the people have to say now? You know? So I'm going to go back and I'm going to ask this question again one more time. After all of what you have seen in this live tonight, peoples, I'm going to ask this one question one more time. How did Kenneka Jenkins get out of Irene's live? How? How did she get out of Irene's live? Now, don't base everything upon what Irene had said. And don't base up everything upon what Monifa had said and Shemaya had said. Don't base everything upon that, peoples, and then come up with a conclusion. Well, this has to be what it is because this is what they said. Well, no, that's what they said. But I'm asking you what they did. And so the question is, peoples, is simply this. If these girls never played Kenneka in the hallway, well, then why does it that we see the girl in a different outfit? Because now she's in a jean jacket outfit, and earlier she was in some Uggs, and she was in some blue jeans with a white t-shirt. But then later on, as we see, she is in a denim blue jean jacket outfit. Something that looks similar to what Kenneka Jenkins was wearing. And so that is unequivocal and undeniable proof that this was a setup. Because the girl transformed from Uggs into a outfit looking like Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And I've shown you the video. You clearly seen the attire that the girl was wearing. She wasn't wearing no Jordans. She was wearing Uggs. And she had a white shirt. And she had white nails. And she had a cup in her hand. And did you see how she walked down that hall, peoples? Now, does it look like the girl that's in the gurney, on the gurney? Because I told you, that girl ain't never walked out of that establishment. So, is she the one on the gurney? And if she is on the gurney in the kitchen, well, then where is Kenneka Jenkins peoples. Where is her body? Because if that girl is if that girl is the girl on the gurney in the kitchen, well then where's Kenneka's body? Because if we look at that picture, peoples, I mean, shit, I'm not saying that it's an exact match, but it is a close resemblance. After looking at her nose and the girl's nose on the gurney. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, that nose and that forehead. That forehead and that forehead and that nose and that nose. And then the eyeballs. Man, you know, it almost looks like to me it's an exact match, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because if this girl is this girl on a gurney, then my question is, where in the hell is Kenneka? Now, is it the Kenneka Jenkins deception, peoples? Because let me go back to the other photos here. Is it the Kenneka Jenkins deception? Because now, if that is this girl, then let's go to the Kenneka Jenkins deception. Then my question would be simply this. Who in the world is this girl? Who is this girl? Because it certainly couldn't be this girl, because this girl got her tongue sticking out. And this girl is in the kitchen, in the freezer. This is the Kenneka Jenkins deception, peoples. So if this is Kenneka, who is this? Because you can clearly see this girl is messed up big time. And she's in the freezer. And this girl certainly could not be this girl right here. And the one on the gurney couldn't be her, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if this girl is the girl in the kitchen on the gurney, then help me to make it make sense, peoples. Who is this girl right here? Because this is certainly not Kenneka. There's Kenneka right there. There's Kenneka right there. So if this girl is this girl on the gurney, then who is this girl? Who is that? Kenneka Martin? Because it's certainly not Kenneka Jenkins. And if you say that this is Kenneka, well then how did Kenneka look like this on the gurney and then come back again, peoples, and look like that at the funeral home? You're not going to go from a decomposed body until looking like that at a so-called funeral home. It's not going to happen, peoples. I said it's not going to happen, peoples. So you're not going to come and look decomposed and then coming back looking straight. So now for all of the naysayers out there that all the time got their mouths open and talking about some shit that they don't even know what the fuck that they're talking about, but then just, what? No way. No, that couldn't be true. They said that King Charles had died today. I mean, I'm seeing a post that says King Charles died today, but I don't see nothing on the news. So that's fake news. I'm not believing that. That is fake news. So I'm not believing that at all. So they're saying that King Charles had died, but I don't believe that. Because I don't see nothing on the news about that. And so here it is right here, peoples. This is for all of the naysayers that's out there that got their mouths open, that we absolutely refuse to come to my live and talk to me about some things in this Kenneka Jenkins case. You know, I want you to talk to me about the Kenneka Jenkins case. I want you to show me or tell me something, peoples. You know, help me to make it make sense. Because there it is right there. It's in your face. So now, if all of these girls is Kenneka, well then, my question is simple. How in the hell did all of this come about? How did she transform to all of these different pictures and everything that we see here? Because if down here is Kenneka, well, she don't look like this right here in the freezer. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So this is Kenneka Jenkins right here, where I got my little mouse up on. So if this is Kenneka Jenkins, well, then who is this? It's Kenneka Martin. Because it's certainly not this girl right here. Is there any resemblance to these pictures and this picture up here, peoples? This girl right here, does she resemble this girl right here? Not at all. And remember, we saw her in the lobby with a cup in her hand, turned around and looking at her friends, walking out of that establishment. But we never seen her again. And we know that this girl is not this girl down here because the nose is not even the same. The hair is not even the same. And if you look right here in the hair track right here, the track of the hair is pointed and there's no track of the hair that is pointed on this picture here. On this picture here, or even on the forefront of this picture here. See that? See how the track is retracted back a little bit? It comes to a little point and then comes back and retract a little bit. It's nothing on here, and it's nothing on here, and it's nothing on here that even shows that, peoples. You see that, peoples, right? So my question is this, peoples. How could all of these people that I'm showing be Kenneka Jenkins? How? Answer the question, peoples. Answer the question. How could all of these girls be Kenneka Jenkins peoples? When it's clearly showing you peoples that it's different girls. Kenneka Jenkins, Kenneka Martin, and then some other girl who played Kenneka. Clear as daylight right there, people. It's in your face. And then I've already shown you the other girl who played Kenneka in the video with Shamaya. I mean, not Shamaya, but Monifa. Monifa was in the bathroom with that girl. Monifa was in a car with that girl. The same girl who played Kenneka in the bathroom. I clearly shown you that in the video. So now, for all of you smart ass people that all the time got something to say, help me to make sense of those pictures right there. Who in the fuck is Kenneka Jenkins? Who? Because the evidence is in your face right there, people. It's the Kenneka Jenkins deception. It's what I've been trying to tell you for the longest time. If you people would listen, but you don't listen. This girl has her tongue sticking out, and she has been bruised and battered, and her hair is all over her head. But this girl cannot be Kenneka because look at the recess in her eyes. See that? Kenneka doesn't have the recess in her eyes like that. See that? It's not sunken in. See that? So it couldn't be Kenneka Jenkins. Because even in a silhouette, her eyes is not sunken in. See that, peoples? Eyes is not sunken in. And then, let me go on and further. We know that Kenneka Jenkins has a mole up by her lip. And so why did they cover the mole by her lip? You see that, right? And then in this picture, why did they cover the mole by her lip? You see that, right? You know, Kenneka Jenkins has three definite distinguished features about her. She has a mole by her lip. She has recessed teeth, and then she has a double line on her neck. Those are three definite distinguished features of Kenneka Jenkins. That's how you can tell the difference between Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin, peoples. It is undisputable proof. So, Again, the mouth is shut. The mole by her lip is covered. And then the neck is covered. But it really didn't matter that they had covered the mole, shut the lips, and covered the neck, because you can clearly see that this is Kenneka Jenkins right here and right here. Because there was other distinguishable features of Kenneka Jenkins. Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, not Kenneka Martin, Kenneka Jenkins has on a tattoo by her side that says Nene. Kenneka Jenkins' nickname was Nene. Kenneka Jenkins had a butterfly tattoo on her side. Kenneka Martin didn't. Peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I'm trying to educate you up on something, peoples, because you guys keep saying Kenneka is this person, that person. Kenneka is everybody. Kenneka is not everybody, peoples. Kenneka has a distinguished look. She has a very distinguished look, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Okay. So, again, peoples. Again, peoples. There's the mole right there. And then there is the double line on Kenneka's neck, as you can see right there. That right there. Let me go back to the picture, peoples, of Kenneka in the bathroom. Let's go back to that picture. And then I'm signing off, peoples. Because I have proven my point for tonight. Right here, peoples. It is the bingo to the bingo to the bingo. And that's how you can tell the difference between Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin, peoples. Oh, come on now. Why did I just... Okay, there we go. I'm trying to bring this down. Cool. Now, look at the neck. You see the double line in the neck right there? Look at the neck. That's how you know it's Kenneka Jenkins. Look at the double line in the neck. And then look how she puckers her lip, and look how she puckers her lip, peoples. And then look at the eyes. Look at the eyes, peoples. Clear as daylight. Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. The neck, the neck, the neck, the neck, peoples. The puckering of her lips, the puckering of her lips. And then there's the mole right by her lip. Kenneka Jenkins. Peoples. Peoples. I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again next time to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. Edward Joseph Kitchen. Edward Joseph Gospel Hour. Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, as you can see, who the real Kenneka Jenkins is, peoples. They say pictures is worth 1,000 words. Well, yes, it is, peoples. And the pictures doesn't lie, peoples. People lie, but the pictures doesn't lie. And if you go by what the picture says, people, well, then there you can see the same thing happening in the pictures. The puckering of the lips, the mole by her lip, and the double lines in her neck clearly shows you Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And with that, peoples, I have rested my case for tonight. I'll be back if the Lord says the same. I'll be back to talk about more about Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And to go ahead and debunk these hilarious and nefarious people who proclaim that they know all about the Kenneka Jenkins case and they don't know shit. Because I've already proven my case on tonight, peoples. Now, you guys be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, peoples, I will be back soon. Is that all right, peoples? So now, like and share this video. Show it to all of the people and let them know that if they ever can come and debunk Edward Joseph, tell them to come on, but tell them to bring their receipts. Because I'm ready for a challenge. I'm ready, people. I am ready. And TM, I'm coming. I'm coming to that event that you're having at the end of May. I'm coming. I'm going to get my plane ticket in another week when I get paid, because I'm not spending this other money that I have accumulated. And I've already got my rental car already reserved, so I spent money up on that. And I'm coming with my camera equipment. And I'm coming incognito. I have ordered some clothing from Chicago out there so I can match up with some of the attire that they be wearing out there and stuff. So, yeah, I'm coming. And I'll be hooking up with some friends of mine, you know, who I politic with here that lives in Chicago and things. And yeah. And we're going to bring to you that of what they're going to be doing at this gravesite. And I'm coming in peace, but I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm letting the world know that I'm coming. I'm not going to sit back here and, you know, I was thinking about being incognito, but TM, she said, come and don't come hilarious and don't come nefarious. Well, I'm not. I'm just coming to see for myself these people and partake in the festivities and then take my little videos and pictures and stuff and then come home and talk about it. That's what I plan to do, peoples. And if I ever have a chance to get close to TM to ask her one question, my only question is going to be simply this. TM, why now? That's going to be my only question. Why now? And so, people's on my next live, let's explore TM. Why now? You guys be blessed. And if the Lord says the same, I'll see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching. And before I cut off, I just wanted to make one last observation. Do you see what Shemaya is doing? She is mimicking Kenneka. You see that? And do you see that? See that? She's mimicking Kenneka. Okay, peoples, that's it. That's all. And I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for coming on in and watching the live. We're going to shut it down now, peoples. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again next time to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I greatly appreciate each and every one of you who hung in there with me on tonight to watch Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. Let's talk Kenneka Jenkins. You guys be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.